Fuck the DBA. Chat, sing with me. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Dumb bitch asses. Fuck the DBA.
To the ladies in the sector, shake that ass, 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 shake that ass. To them ladies in the sector, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, and just shake it real fast. Bitch ass nigga named Alan Logic. Yeah, we know you LGBT in the closet. Yeah, motherfucker, yeah, we say it to your face. Motherfucker can't even keep a care of me. Woo! Bitch ass nigga named Alan Logic. Yeah, we know you LGBT in the closet. Yeah, motherfucker, yeah, we say it to your face. Motherfucker can't even keep a care of me.
Woo! Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Chat, sing with me. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Dumb bitch asses. Fuck the DBA.
To the ladies in the sector, shake that ass, 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 shake that ass. To them ladies in the sector, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, shake that ass, and just shake it real fast. Pissy ass nigga named KIP. Crying ass nigga named motherfucking P. You see him on the panel, yeah, they talking about me. Yeah, you see him in the sector, yeah, they talking about D. Pussy ass nigga, silly ass nigga, old ass worn out dumb ass nigga. You see him all around in the motherfucking sector. They mad that they can't be the Godfather.
Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Chat, sing with me. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Fuck the DBA. Dumb bitch asses. Fuck the DBA.
What's up?
Sector Godfather. Type D the real name, the sector get bopped. They said that I'm the nigga that they all love to hate. Fuck the damn chat, nigga, I say it's okay. Motherfuckers want the good guys to come back. Wanna beef with real niggas cause they channel wax. Had the church sector in a motherfucking frenzy. Crazy ass nigga KOM tried to see. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. The sector wanna see a new beef every week. Especially from new niggas that wanna beef with me. Some say it's fun and some say it's hard. Trigger the bitch nigga, so he exposed the void. Took a trip to Vegas and we was Vegas lit. The haters saw the videos and they say ain't that a bitch. Left the damn sector, said my rivals tried to take my title. How the hell you try to take my title? I ain't got no fucking rival. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. Came for my motherfucking certifications. Came for my license and they came for my accreditation. All the fucking hating don't stop. The Godfather still came on top. Motherfuckers wanna take me down. Wanna see my dollars go from up and then down. The Godfather gon' win anyway. I end the fucking year with fuck the DBA. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. 2022 was a bitch. All a nigga wanna do is this. Hate niggas like, 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 hate niggas like.
Welcome, everybody. This is your Black YouTube therapist, the Godfather, aka D. Darrell Spears, in the house. Happy to see each and every one of you all tonight. Shout out to everybody that saw me earlier today when I gave a brief summarization of the 5 components to love. Today, I will be going in detail in speaking about the 5 components of love, written by yours truly, Miss Priscilla. Miss Priscilla Carr, aka the Queen Maker, aka Cynthia G 2.0, aka Cult Leader, aka the only woman on YouTube that nobody can debate because you're not on her level. Earlier today, as I gave a brief assessment of the 5 components of love, I talked about the glaring problems that occurred. I talked about the things that I think were glaring mistakes. The fact of the matter, this is a self-published book that had no business being published, and no reputable publishing house would ever publish bullshit like this. Okay? First and foremost. Number 2, when we're talking about the 5 components of love, as she classified, notice she's talking about a finite amount of components, because love can be defined in many different ways, and it's not limited to understanding, it's not limited to compassion, it's not limited to your ability to survive, sacrifice, and to love oneself. It is not limited. Now, I'm not negating any of these things, but of the 5, I do have question marks about survival and sacrifice. And I will highlight in today's discussion how the 5 components that she documented in her book were relative to the trauma in her life. And as I stated earlier, Priscilla obviously has undergone a great deal of trauma based on her tumultuous family experiences. Lack of a father, lack of a proper mother who never showed her love, lack of a grandmother who actually did not love her, and her maternal side of the family who never really respected her mother nor her children. Priscilla, as highlighted in this book, not only is she unable to recognize what love is, but she has never been happy in her life. This lady has never experienced any form of true happiness. She never had a proper childhood that would be relative of the typical Black American child. And I want us to understand, just because you grow up poor or grow up disadvantaged, it does not negate the fact that you can still find some level of happiness. Because Black people throughout the history of being in this country have lived in relatively poor conditions, found means to cope and make it through. But the fact of the matter, as I go into my synthesis on her book, I will highlight certain things. Number one, the book was poorly written, as I talked about earlier today. Number two, the 5 components are not the end all be all of any components of love, because that is a very subjective way of looking at things. I could come up with 5 or more different components of love. I can measure love by reciprocity. I can value love by connectivity. I can value love by consistency. I can value love by bonding. I could value love by reciprocity. I could value love by sharing. I could value love by cooperativeness. I could value love by relatability of one another. And that's just a few that I am able to recite off the top of my mind. But as you have listened to Priscilla speak on her book, she has marketed this book as if she has the answer to all of Black women's problems, and the fact that she has the answers to your problems, because this book was an attempt to find the answers of her own problems. You see, what Priscilla is looking for is identification. And identification is a defense mechanism that focuses on the fact that people can identify or see themselves in others, positive or negative. And identification is highly real when we look at the relatability of people to content creators that they hold dear and grow to and connect to. And in that connection, they feel that they are developing a sense of oneness with the content creator, that we understand each other. Priscilla has been able to craft a persona that allows her to speak to the pain of people who have had similar experiences as she did. And the fact that she understands that, because just like she was unable to find the answers and seek the proper help, there are thousands of other women who are in the same position, in which they have no answers for life issues and they're not seeking the proper mental health services. So, the book in itself was not about love. The book itself was about her engaging in what is called in our field bibliotherapy, in which she attempted to find answers. She validated her experience as being the experience of others. Every human being on earth is different. Although we may have similar experiences, similar responses, we are not the same. And the fact of the matter is that Priscilla, which is the fourth thing I'm going to talk about, utilized a book to help heal herself, not heal other women. One of the biggest themes that you would find reading this book is that Priscilla longed for female companionship, female connectivity. The failures of her mother propelled Priscilla as the oldest out of her group of her siblings, to not appreciate nor like being a female. Her perception of femininity is weakness. Her perception of femininity is vulnerability, weakness, vulnerability, inconsistencies, inability to do for self. And as any woman that I have knew throughout my life, and I grew around positive women who had strength, but also with that, they also had other attributes that allowed them to be nurturers, that allowed them to be teachers, that allowed them to be soft, that allowed them to show love, but at the same time be able to accept love. Many of the people who are following Priscilla are experiencing similar issues. And instead of seeking the proper therapeutic care, they choose to find it on social media. And see, this speaks to the tabooness of how we perceive therapy in our community. That we will allow ourselves to be manipulated and damaged even more by people who have no business attempting to teach the things that they are teaching. Priscilla had a horrible relationship with all of the major women in her life. She developed over time masculine tendencies to adjust to the harshness of her life. And if Priscilla, if you're listening, since you want to talk about psychological theory, I would suggest that you read the theories of Alfred Adler, Adlerian therapy, which focuses on birth order, particularly the oldest child. Because Adlerian therapy, he's also a neo-Freudian, which you profess to know so much about, clearly talks about and expresses a professional examination of birth order, and also the need to be survival, which was based on his own life, just like that of Sigmund Freud, who based psychoanalytical theory on his own life his own experiences, not the experiences of others. That's why psychoanalytical theory, for the most part, most of the tenets are debunked and not used clinically. So I'm going to show you all how poorly written this book was. This is a poorly written book. This was a poorly written book. And I'm going to give you an example of how this was a poorly written book. I'm going to give you an example of how this was a poorly written book. And I'm not just speaking out of my ass, because I don't need YouTube views and YouTube attention. She gave a very lengthy preface. Okay? We grew up in the same state. I understand Louisiana culture, which is something I didn't know. I didn't know she was from the state of Louisiana. She's from North Louisiana, which is a bit different than South Louisiana. Okay? But I do understand the culture of Louisiana. But I'm going to highlight how poorly written this book was. And I'm not just speaking out of my butt just to make fun of her and things like that. This was not a college level written book at a collegiate level or higher. She writes at a high school level, maybe 10th, 11th grade. And I'm going to give you examples of this. You can see the book. Look how this book is written. Look how plain this looks. Now, she talks about the journey and discovery of love. Notice the first thing she talks about is her mother. As far as my mother was concerned, I was both her savior and her burden. Her ambiguity stemmed from a past littered with painful memories of abuse and disregard, often at the hands of her mother and her grandmother. Now, as I state this, we're talking not only 3 generations, but 4 generations. Her mother didn't get along with her grandmother, which was Priscilla's great-grandmother, her mother, and they brought the same self-defeating, trauma-filled behavior to Priscilla. This is how her family interacted with one another. Now I want you to look at the reading. This is not college level reading sentence structure. I'm sorry. I'm going to read this to you. Please let me know, does this sound like this is professional writing? She states, my mother, comma, I was told, comma, which that is not proper. That is not proper writing. Appeared happy at first. That is not a complete sentence. This is not a complete sentence. My mother, comma, I was told, comma, appeared happy at first. This doesn't even make sense. Happy at first for what? That is not a complete thought. Then she says, after all, she had given life. What the these are not complete sentences. Another incomplete sentence. She states, after all she had just given life, joy to the world, she whispered to no one in particular, as she held me in her arms for the very first time. She's the firstborn. Someone who will finally love and cherish me. She informed the doctors and nurses as they busily carried on with the work of testing my vitals and post-delivery conditions to make sure I was healthy. Her mother never felt love. And that one statement alone typifies the whole book of why Priscilla developed the maladaptive behaviors, not only towards herself, but others, particularly with men. She never had healthy self-esteem. Since you want to speak on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, you never developed the fourth step. You're not a self-actualized person. Let me repeat this again. Her mother stated, someone who will finally love and cherish me. She informed the doctors and nurses that they busily carried on the work of testing my vitals and delivery conditions to make sure I was healthy. Listen, her mother gave birth to her with the understanding, under the conditions of thinking, not that she was going to love her child, but the fact that the child was going to love her. Do you all understand what I'm saying? See, the question is about love. When a mother gives birth to a child, even before pre-birth, the mother thinks about all the things that she will do to make the child happy. And there are mothers in this chat right now. When you think about your children, you're not thinking about the love that the child gives you. You're thinking about the love that you will give the child. Priscilla had a mother who I think was mentally ill, who thought about the child giving her love first and not her giving the child love as being first, as the most important interaction. This is ridiculous. If you are having children thinking about how the child will love you, and you don't think about how you're going to give the child love, that child will never love you, because you bring children in the world to show them these things. She states, as a child, I saw my mother cry far too often. Again, another incomplete statement. Tears would stream down her face until the cheeks were soaked and stained with mascara. I was too young to understand how I felt about seeing my mother in this state. But thinking back, if I had to put it into words, I would say I pitied her. Run-on sentences. This is bad writing. This is horrible writing. This is poor writing. If a woman is having a child, expecting that child who knows nothing about the world to automatically love you, you're setting your child up for failure. This is ridiculous. This is horrible writing. She also talked about there were also outward signs my mother was suffering. Another incomplete sentence. She would write poems about committing suicide, which lead me to believe her mother had a mental illness because her mom had suicidal ideations. She was not a healthy woman. You could say we saved her life, but ironically to her, it was not a life worth salvaging. Again, another incomplete statement. What happened to the love she thought she'd feel when her babies were born? Why was there still a gaping void in her soul? The gaping void in her soul was the fact that she was unable to show you love because your mother was mentally ill and she was not given the proper treatment so that she could be stable enough. I wholeheartedly think, with limited information, that her mother should have not had children. Her mother was not mentally stable enough to have children. I also think that the reason why her family treated her as such is because of her mental illness and the fact that there were a lot of mentally ill people in her mother's family, which she did discuss. Now, I'm listening to May, who doesn't understand that I am a mental health professional, and I'm not going to sit here and basically make excuses for people leading people to not get the proper help. And we cannot make excuses for women not getting the proper help. And yes, it is great to share your experience, but the purpose of this show, of her book, was not about giving her experience. It was supposed to identify the 5 components of love. She stated that you don't understand what love is. She has told many women and men are incapable of love. Yes, Mahogany, shout out to you for being here. I will open the panel. But let me talk about the book. And I know what healing looks like for women because I do it every day. And I've been doing it almost every day for the last 10 to 15 years. So it's nothing anybody can tell me about the experiences of women or men that I have not, because I have seen it all and done it all for women of all races, Black, white, Asian, Hispanic, and etc. Although her experiences are her experiences are not unique to people. It is not unique. It is not. Now, she may have her own personalized, but see, we're missing the point. I am trying to pose the question of the psycho development of Priscilla to lead her to come up with these concepts. And we're so focused on all the experiences, what she says, but we're not talking about what led to Priscilla being Priscilla. You see, as a therapist, I look within. I don't look at just the observable. I look at the root of the problem. Her concepts that she has developed grew out of her inability to feel for others and others to feel for her and value her. And now we have people who trying to question what women, I know how women express themselves. I've been dealing with women expressing themselves for well over 15 to 20 years. And I have healed and helped too many women in our community for me not to understand that. So people saying about women and men, we experience the same feelings. We may experience it and have different types of triggers, but we're still human. We're still human. Men suffer the same traumatic events and have the same difficulties. We just express it differently. And I think I am polished enough as a professional to understand that. No, May, I have 2 degrees in psychology, not just one. I have a bachelor's and a master's, and I also have a clinical license. And I'm going to say, if you don't want to hear the truth, go back to the untrained, non-professional that will lead you to a bad road. Go and do that, and see what happens in a couple of years. I have a track record. I have clinics. I have tons of things to validate me. But we have to understand that when you're speaking to the public, you cannot be specific on your life experience. As a therapist, we are trained not to treat people based on my personal experience. Because what will happen in turn, just as she has done, she will turn around and heal herself and not heal the people she's trying to help. This is research proven. No one feels, everybody is unique. Everybody perceives things differently. I'm being totally considerate because I've done this for too many years not to be considerate. The bottom line is you don't want to hear the truth. You want an echo chamber, and I'm not giving you that. I'm giving you an objective point of view. If I can critique SYSBM, Kevin Samuels, if I can critique books by Obsidian Mahmoud Ali, if I can critique Umar Johnson, I can critique Priscilla also. I can critique her, and no, she does not come with any facts. She doesn't have any facts or science because she don't understand what she's reading. The problem is you have not educated yourself on what she says, therefore you think it's the truth. But let me get back to what she talked about. Okay? So, she states once again, you could say we saved her life, but ironically to her, it was not a life worth salvaging. What happened to the love she thought she'd feel when her babies were born? Why was there still a gaping void in her heart and soul? Again, she was not mentally sound. This was not Priscilla's fault. This is supposed to be about the 5 components of love. What I'm hearing about is her trying to make sense of her own trauma. She is trying to make sense of her own trauma. Okay? Now, again, then she states here, even when she tried to associate with her family, they made it clear she was persona non grata, meaning she wasn't wanted. They treated her like the black sheep, even around the holidays, especially during the holidays. This makes no sense. What kind of sentence structure is this? They treated her like a black sheep, even around the holidays, especially during the. What kind of writing is this? Stop, man. Listen, this makes no sense. And then she starts a sentence with and it was not the lack of effort. It's not even a complete thought. To prepare for Christmas and Thanksgiving, my mother would stay up all night cooking for the food for the family together. The family get together. We had a lot of relatives, 8 aunts and uncles, their children, their close family. Clark residence was bursting at the seams during the holidays. That's another incomplete statement. That said, her contribution should have been welcome. That's another incomplete statement. Not to mention, my mother was no slouch in the kitchen. Her culinary skills were top notch. Her grandmother was impressed neither. Then she goes in about the grandmother. The grandmother was neither impressed or grateful about the works. This is. Then she says the damage of her mother inflicted ran deep. Like, it's not even a complete paragraph. Like, this book was poorly written. This book was horrible. I'm sorry. And I know you, and see, this is the problem. People, you all are going solely on her experiences, which she does have validity to talk about her experiences. But we also have to look at issues of her ability to process these things effectively. This lady is mentally ill. This lady has issues. And these issues were not her fault. And I know you all, if you all get up here on my panel and talk about we can't discount this, I'm going to kick you off the panel because this goes beyond her experiences. You cannot teach people based on your experience. You teach people based on things that work. Your experiences alone will not help someone else heal. Now, they can relate. They can relate to you. They can bond with you. They can take some things as self-help, but that is not going to help you as a woman. I'm sorry. And you can all give that. I'm not listening to it because I know better. I'm not going to compromise my professional integrity to hear that nonsense. No, nothing was scholastic about that, Faith. Nothing was scholastic about this book. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She's not a scholar. She wrote this book with a bunch of mistakes. This is not worthy of being published at all. We got to quit making excuses. This book was bullshit. We just need to call it the way it is. And the thing about it, as I read these passages, please let me know what did you learn about love in this passage? Everything that I wrote was about negative things that she experienced. Who cares? I don't care. She can flag it all she wants. She told people she wanted people to read the book. We read the book. I am not listening to people who come on my panel talking about it's about the experiences and no, it's not. Experiences is just part of it. I'm not doing that. Because you know why? I know that doesn't work in real life. If I went strictly on experiences, I'd be out of work right now. I would not be as heavily sought after as a therapist as I am. I'm sorry. I'm not going to compromise my profession because I reviewed this as a profession. And I am not, no one stated that I discounted her experiences. No one, absolutely no one can say that I'm discounting her perspective. But the bottom line, this is about the 5 components of love. And I have yet to hear anything. This is supposed to be about understanding. Everything was based on herself own. Talked about her grandmother, the family, all the obstacles that they experienced. I mean, it's one incomplete, poorly written statement after another. This book was trash. It really was. And I'm being very generous about it. And I'm not mad. I'm just looking at this like, what is this? She talked about her mom being cruel. She talked about a situation in which her mom thought that she left and got killed, and actually was sad that she found out that she came back in one piece. This is not a sane woman. For your mother to think that you died and was going to never come back, and she was happy about that. And once she found out that you didn't die and that you made it back home, she became sad. This woman was mentally ill. See, I want you all to really listen to the dynamics of her family, is what I'm attempting to talk about. Her mother was mentally ill. And I cannot overlook that. She talked about the fact she went to the army. Now, this is another question that I have for you all. Throughout this book, it's almost like Priscilla never had peace. As we're supposed to be talking about 5 components of love, but all we're basically talking about is the basically volatile life of Priscilla. This is actually an autobiography, not necessarily basically a watered down biography of her life in which she tried to talk about components of love. She has told women many times, you don't know what love is. I understand what it is. Men are incapable of love. I know what it is. She has backed it up with nothing. In this book, she basically talked about a lady named Lemia, a psychologist named Lemia. She talked about, I think she also referenced Kubler-Ross, which is a legitimate psychologist on grief. And maybe a few other people. She also stated in here, a passage stated, I found love through pain. No, this is not her other, but she also got 48 Shades of a Man or some shit like that. And I got to read that book next. She stated she discovered love through pain. Everything was through tragedy. Everything was through something negative. She never had peace through her life. She was nomadic at times, homeless, going from one place to another. Nobody wanted her. She was homeless. She finally got herself together. Actually, she got herself together. She was homeless in Houston at one time. She worked and got a sales job working retail, and she worked her way up. Now, one thing I will say about Priscilla showed resilience. She's a very resilient woman. I got to give her credit for that. She showed the ability to be resilient after one trial or tribulation after another. All of the adversity that she experienced, she was resilient and fighting. And through that fighting, constantly fighting, she became more masculine and more masculine and more masculine. I actually think, and this is something that I've seen in other situations, when people develop certain sexual orientations, is built on maladaptive, toxic relationships within their family. I really feel that she is overcompensating through her quote unquote same-sex relationships for the lack of love and compassion that she never received from her mother or even other women at that in her family. That's my hypothesis on that. I'm not saying it's true or not, but this book in itself highlights not only was she not receiving love from men, she didn't receive love from women. She didn't state anything about her dad until the last 2 chapters of the book. Now, psychologically speaking, people are talking about biology. She don't know shit about biology. Definitely don't know anything about psychology or sociology. She read some books and she thinks she's an expert, and she's not. She is not. No, she is not. And if that hurts to hear that from some of her supporters, like this person named, let's see who's in here. These are people I've never seen before, so your opinions really don't really matter to me. Fact checker, Crown Jewel. I don't even know who you are. So your opinion is what it is. Okay. So I'm reading the book, and then we're going through this stuff. Another thing she's doing, she's highlighting things that happen on Facebook as being examples of why people don't love each other. She's highlighting everything has to be tragic, has to be violent. She even admitted, quote unquote, on page 47, I wasn't raised to embrace my femininity. Instead, I was conditioned to loathe in it. One day, he was playing, which is her boyfriend at the time, the Whisper song by the Yin Yang Twins. The lyrics, hey bitch, wait till you see my dick, struck a nerve. The words were so degrading, I felt they somehow was a reflection of me. I snatched the CD out of the player and threw it out the window. This is her life. Her life was built on one inconsistency after another. I'm pointing out the facts. If you can't handle the facts, that's on you. That's not on me. I was asked, you need to read the book. I appreciate the subscriber who bought the books for me. Now I'm reading the books and I'm pointing out the inefficacies of the book. And now people are in the chat are in their feelings. Again, my failed relationships didn't provide answers. Another incomplete sentence. The truth is, only love has the power to, like, what is this coming from? It's like you're kind of grouping stuff together. Now, she actually stated in the book, I am not a religious person. Even though I grew up in the church, but then you follow that up with embracing the teachings of Solomon. And you repeated John 3:16 5 times. She stated here, when I was 7 years old, I was a devoted Christian. I read the biblical story of Solomon, which told the tale of God, how God gave him the option of anything he wanted. He asked for wisdom. I was inspired. Another incomplete statement. I too prayed for wisdom. Be very careful what you ask for. You might get it. No, you didn't get wisdom. A person that has wisdom doesn't repeat the same statements over and over and over. You don't make the same mistakes over and over. You learn from your past. She stated, I endured 2 physical abusive relationships, financial ruin, living on streets in a city of 7 million people that was unfamiliar to me. and a relationship that drained me to the point of emptiness and frustration. You see, this in itself illustrates when she talks about how men, you know how she talk about, they just drain all your energy. They just take all your soul. This is what she's talking about. But the fact of the matter, that is not the experience for all women. This is not the experience for all women. Matter of fact, most women don't go through the shit that Priscilla is going through. Not at this extent. So I'm going to challenge the women. Some of you women in here need to kind of get out your feelings. I can back up everything I talk about with facts and training. She can't. And this is one of the reasons why I don't debate with anybody that's not of my equal in my training, because you'll have people thinking they know what they're talking about and they don't. And because they want to present a certain way on YouTube, me being a woman has nothing to do with me not relating. That has nothing. I'm a human being. No, most women cannot relate to the shit that she went through. That's a lie. Most women do not go through the level of shit that Priscilla went through. That is a lie. That is a lie. You may not see it that way, but the reality is that most women that I see as my clients don't go through the shit that Priscilla went through. That is a lie. So let me continue. And then I'm going to open it up. So she talked about love. I discovered that love, unlike emotions, is steady, firm. The journey had just begun. I'm trying to figure out, like, she didn't even talk about her husband. She was married for like, what, 6-7 years? I'm just trying to figure out, you don't even mention you got married to a man obviously you didn't love or he didn't love you. I don't know. But you're talking about things that happened in 2016. Seeking understanding. I'm like, I am so confused at this. This book literally made no sense. And then she constantly went about verse John 3:16 sums up love in its 5 components. No, it does not. Psalms 3:16 basically talked about the reason why Jesus was on earth. What was his purpose? Had nothing to do with the 5 components of love. Look, I wanted to go more into the stuff about reframing, which she talked about. She didn't explain that correct enough. She kind of missing some things. She talked about active listening skills. And I'm going to say this. I do commend on her attempt to bring, I do think that people should practice active listening skills. But she's just not qualified to teach it. Active listening skills is the ability for you to say certain things to help the other person understand that you understand where they're coming from, to improve the congruency between two people. I don't know what she thought it meant. She talked about the real art of communication is listening. I agree with that. She talked about active listening skills is a communication skill widely used in counseling. That is true. Certain forms of training and conflict resolution. It requires listeners to concentrate, understand, and respond, and remember what is being said. It's not about remembering what is being said. It's about you understanding where that person is coming from and helping that person understand that you know where they come from. If a person is reluctant to listen to you, that means they are not willing to get to know you, get to know more about your character. They are not interested in being sympathetic and not inclined to appreciate the unique details that you make that make you who you are. I'm not going to say a person won't be sympathetic or inclined. I just say that it all depends on where you are in that relationship. I think she went a little bit too far on that. That's just my opinion. Being sympathetic, maybe at the beginning, but that can develop over time. Nobody is perfect with communication. Everybody makes mistakes, including myself with communication. Okay? She talked about self-sabotage. Without loving yourself, you can't love other people. Then she reflected back on John 3:16 once again. I mean, this is a constant. Look, guys, I know you're listening to what I'm saying. A lot of people don't like what I'm saying. But as a person who has provided domestic violence counseling for people in relationships, most of the women who are in domestic violence counseling don't perceive things correctly in their environment. They're traumatized. That's why most women who are in domestic violence or domestic abuse situations stay as long as they do, because they don't understand, they don't know any other options. And I do empathize with her experience. But to be teaching the way she thinks she has the answers to everything, I'm sorry, that's where you lose me. You don't have the answers to anything. You don't even have the answers to your own life. This book showcases the fact that you were a lost human being. Sacrificial lamb. According to Napoleon Hill, great achievement is usually born of great sacrifice and is never the result of selfishness. Okay? Talked about our army experiences. Then she talked about this. I remember reading an article on Facebook about a young woman named Jessica Davis who adopted an orphan from Uganda. The story, a two-part conclusion on CNN, described Jessica as someone who of average financial means, and always wanted to share her blessings and her Christian faith with the less fortunate. Jessica read somewhere there are almost 3 million orphans in East Africa, country of Uganda. It became her mission to adopt a child from the region. She was sure her family would take a young boy or girl in a desperate situation, provide them with a loving home, and ultimately make something good happen in a difficult world. The process was long and tedious. She used an international adoption agency. She took over a year to fill out paperwork, cycle through formalities. Jessica and her husband reached a point where they could get a child. Finally, they welcomed a 6-year-old girl named Namada into their home, and about 2 years into the process, questions arose. For some time after arriving at the new home, Namada tried to tell the Davis that she was not an orphan. So she's going to go on and on about this and about how this lady, Jessica, found out that the adoption agency created a scam, and she sacrificed giving the child back because she found out that the child was adopted through illegal means, and the adoption agency was taken down. Were basically terminated. Their credentialing was terminated, and they can no longer continue to provide these services. She used Facebook and stuff. These are the examples. What happened to the research? I'm sorry. What does this have to do with love? It doesn't. It doesn't. Like, I feel sorry for the lady that had to go through that. She wasted her money and time. But no. This is her experience. Her experience is not your experience. And everybody don't respond to everything the same way. And so there are plenty of people who, because of what she has said and what she's done, they're like, yeah, we're gonna give it to the men, and we're gonna do this, and this is one back. I'm not in the gender war bullshit. You can miss me with all the gender war rhetoric. I care less about that. I've been there and done that. I'm tired of arguing with Negroes and now women about gender war stuff because the gender war is not real. It's not real. It's a waste of fucking time. That's what it is. It's a waste of time. And black men and black women, although we have our issues in functioning in long-term relationships, don't go around hurting each other and don't go around, in conflict all day with one another. We work together, we laugh together, we party together, we chill together, we do all types of things together without the stuff that you see on YouTube. I'm sorry. That's just the reality. She also stated she had family members that had schizophrenia on her grandmother's side. She had an uncle that had illnesses. I think a large percentage of the people on her mom's side of the family was mentally ill. Her dad came back in her life. He finally came back in her life as they became adults, trying to make amends for the past. And it seems like they developed somewhat of an semblance, somewhat of a decent relationship, which I think could have been better. So I'm going to go ahead and send the link out. I know there are people that want to come up. I'm sorry, the book was trash. It was trash. And I'm glad I didn't pay for it. It was trash. That's all it was. So I sent the link. Anybody want to come up? They want to give your opinion? I'll hear you out. But if anybody comes here saying something about this book was great, she's doing a great job, you're gonna get the smoke from me. I'm just letting you know that right now. That's just not true. It's just not true. We're just being biased. You're just being biased. So we'll send them in, get the link. So that is my basis of the book. I don't know what else to say. The book was underwhelming. I actually thought the book was going to be better written than what it was. For all of this intelligence and scholastic work that she claimed she had, no. I'm sorry. I have middle school students that write better than this. I'm just saying this is the book was underwhelming. It was not at the level that I'm very disappointed at it. It didn't come with any information that was worth me looking up and researching. It came with nothing but a person that just went on her own experience, which I'm not negating. But that's not enough when you're trying to teach components of love, which you didn't highlight about. Hey, Faith, how you doing, baby?
Hey D, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
I think that you did a wonderful breakdown of giving your opinion of the book and the things that you agreed with and didn't agree with.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a Princella fan. I'm not
Okay.
gonna.
I understand. That's fine. I get it.
So D, I love you and I respect you because you're board certified. I mean, you have so many credentials. I can just go on and on about my admiration for
Right.
you and the work that you do.
Okay.
But there are also some people who may not, have all of the credentials that you have, okay? But like I could sit on your couch, D, and you could help me through things that I'm going through in my life, and and it could actually help me to see myself into a better place so that I can lead my children. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
And so just because I used to be messed up, that doesn't mean that I'm going to stay messed up, because I'm going to get the help that I need
Okay.
by any means necessary, whether it be through you or whether it be through meditation, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? And so once I get through it and I can see clearly, how to lead, like say for instance, my children, I have daughters and I have a son. I'm going to have to lead somebody. You see what I'm saying? Our lives can either be a wonderful, how can I say, a blueprint to for other people to follow, or it can be a horrible warning.
But see that I gotta give you some pushback on that. Now, do I think people can learn things from you? But your life is not their life. And see, that's where we get into this personification of things. Is because the way your life went was based on the people in your environment, and also how you as a unique human being reacts to those things, how you cope with things. You see, when I see a client, I don't, there's no one size fit all. And see, that's what I'm really trying to tell everybody with these issues of trauma. I mean, I can tell you this right now, Faith. I can see 5 different women and they all were abused, right? And I guarantee you, for each of those 5 women, even though there's similarities, what works for one person is not going to work for the other. I have to treat all 5 of those women as unique people with unique circumstances. And I think, and see, listen, I never said that some of the things that I even said, I felt that she was a very resilient person. I understand her purpose for writing this book. And I do. And I actually, in therapy, what we call bibliotherapy, where you use different books and writing and narratives to help you express, that is actually a positive thing. But your life is not a blueprint for other people's life. Your life is a blueprint for you, not for somebody else. Even though they can take positives and learn from your mistakes, it's not a blueprint for somebody else.
But is she saying that? Is she saying that?
She is. Yes.
Well, where is she saying this?
She said that on every channel that she got on, Debating Men, about she telling women. I don't know how much you watched it, but she has told women, you don't. I understand what love is. Y'all don't understand what love is. I understand how this goes. You need to learn from me. This is. I see when people.
Well, I've watched her, but I've never heard her say that.
I've heard her say that. I heard her say that on Daryl Long's channel. I've heard her say that on We On Lock channel twice. She was on We On Lock channel like 3 times. I know at least twice.
Well, have you ever gone to her channel and actually?
Yes.
Okay, because when I go to her channel, what I'm listening to her speak on her channel about herself, her book, her life, she's saying, I'm not saying that, you all have to, do everything exactly the way that I do things. She's saying that I'm giving you choices.
Okay. And yes, she did say that, and you are right.
Yeah. And so also she never said that she was a licensed therapist or any type of expert. But she did.
On the contrary, I have to do some pushback on that. She argued with me on We On Lock's channel 2-3 days ago. Well, she didn't know. But
she argued with you. But did she say that she was a certified therapist? Was she trying to pass herself off?
Okay, what she tried to do was discredit me as if I didn't know what the hell I was talking about, and I'm the one with the credentials for a theory. Basically, I corrected her on her use of Maslow's hierarchy of needs and psychoanalytical theory.
Okay, well, yeah. Now I agree with you there.
Yeah, that's what people. Because
Yeah.
I'm not like these other Negroes that's just mad. I was going strictly on stuff that's in my lane. You know what I'm saying? Like I know these things. You can't tell me something I practice and I've studied and trained to do what it is, and this is something I actually do in real life. She was trying to tell me I was wrong and she was right, and
No, no, no. If she was doing that, then she's wrong because her research is flawed.
now
However,
right.
when she talks about her opinions and her life experience, I don't discount it.
Me too. I never discounted. I don't discount her experiences. I don't, because what she went through is the book detailed. That was not necessary. That book was not about the 5 components of love. The book was a summarized autobiography of all the traumatic events that she was able to overcome, which I think is a good inspiration to women, and women can learn from that. But to give you the answers and to provide things about love does not come from tragedy. Everything everything that she even said, love comes from pain. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Well, I don't know if you were reading what I wrote down in the chat, but for some people, because like you said, everybody's different. So some people's pathway is going to be pain.
No,
Like
it
Tina
doesn't.
Turner,
No, no.
Hold on.
Faith.
Just hear me out. Hear
Okay,
me
go
out,
ahead. Go
D.
ahead. Go
Hear me
ahead. Go
out.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, when Tina Turner was with Ike, she had no idea what love was. She was taking all that abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And she came out with that song, what's love got to do with it? After Tina left Ike, she was on that. You know what I'm saying? And she eventually did find a man that was capable of loving her, but she had to first find out what right looked like. Beforehand, she didn't. She had to go through that trauma.
Okay, so this is the issue I have with that, is that this is something that, okay, because people are thinking when we're talking about women going through certain things, particularly when they're being abused by men, and it's a unique situation. But when someone is traumatized, if a man is traumatized, they function almost the same. The difference is that men repress things a lot more than women do. Now, the reality is that when you go through a certain amount of trauma over a certain period of time, it flaws your thinking and your perception. And I understand that you had to, but see, the thing about it, why should somebody have to go through that to experience
Because, like
that?
you said, everybody has a different
No,
pathway in
no,
life.
that's, I don't want any
That
woman to have to get beat up for 10, 15 years to
But
understand
I
what love
mean, I don't
is.
either. But I don't either. But those women ended up meeting those men, and those men did not start out being woman beaters. They
But see,
probably started out being something completely nice and pleasant, and then it turned
well,
into that.
that's not how perpetrators usually work. Perpetrators were usually people who were abused, and perpetrators usually bait women in a certain way, and then over time they show their true color. They're predatory in nature.
That's what I said. I just said that.
No, but they were always that way. They always had that to do. They didn't just they weren't
Right,
nice.
but the woman doesn't know that when
Well,
she
of
meets
course,
the
but
guy.
no, yeah, she doesn't know that, and then she learns that. But what I'm getting at is that the thing that I'm looking at is the understanding that in our community there's a lack of people seeking the proper help and getting support, in which we're not valuing
What you
services that
call
can help.
proper. You call proper.
Ma'am, can you let me finish speaking?
Sure, go
Thank
ahead.
you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll let you speak, man. Just give me a second. Okay. Now, in our community, we don't value mental health. We don't, as much as we should. Particularly at that time, it's actually better now than it was back then. It was very taboo in our and there's a lot of women and men who grew up in households where they saw abuse and thought that that was the natural way that people were supposed to interact with each other. That's pathological in our families. Any person that think that it is natural and okay to cause harm to another human being has some issues, and to try to validate that because I'm a man or I'm this and that and I'm supposed to do that. Or there are women who actually teach their daughters that they're supposed to accept that from a man. That is toxicity. That causes generational curses. And we can prevent, and I'm looking at it from a preventative measure, Faith. I'm looking at it from a perspective of preventing people from experiencing that in order to understand what love is and to understand how to give love and receive love. That's the perspective I'm going. I'm not trying to invalidate anybody's perspective. I'm just looking at it from a preventative perspective because I understand that when people go through that, it's hard to heal from that. And those experiences don't go away. You keep that for life. You may be
But
able to
it
function.
sounds like you're doing exactly what Princella is doing, because Princella is also trying to prevent women from going down that path as well.
No, what she's trying to prevent women from doing is seeing men in a certain way that causes them to go their own way. That's what she's doing, from my perspective.
Well,
Because men are not abusive in nature. Men are not abusive in nature. Men are capable of love. There are tons of men that I know and tons of men that people that anybody knows that has shown love and are in loving relationships. That is to say men to make blanket statements like men are not capable of love is not substantiated by anything, by research, or even by anecdotal experiences of life in the normal aggregate. Now, in her life, that may be true for her, but that's not true for everybody.
Can I just say this to you, D. Durrell?
Yes, I'm listening.
It doesn't need this truth, this idea. It doesn't actually need a study because it's not something that can be studied in reality.
Yes, it can be studied.
No, because you want to put academics on something.
I'm telling you that can be studied.
Well, let me explain something about.
And you can come up with different. You can come up with different measurements to study almost anything. You're making an excuse. You're making an excuse. Hold on. Listen.
I wanted to finish the sentence. I didn't.
No. Let me get my point across because you wanted to tell me what we couldn't do. So I'm trying to tell you what you can do. I was trying to explain
what I'm talking about.
No. Listen.
You don't even know the whole sentence.
Listen. I'm gonna have to mute you. Listen. As a person who's done research and understand research, I think I know what I'm talking about. I'm sorry, man. Like I'm speaking. I know I'm a content creator, but I'm also speaking as a professional. So how are you going to tell me what you can and can't measure behavioral wise? I've been doing it for 20 years.
You didn't. Look, D, let her finish.
No, but you can't. You can't
know what I was going to say.
You can't tell me that.
You don't know what I'm talking about before you decide that.
I'm willing to listen to you.
Let me finish the sentence and then.
Okay. I'm going to meet you again. You cannot tell me that. I'm not going to accept that. I'm not.
I was talking about women's
intuition. Listen, I didn't tell you to unmute. I'm gonna unmute you myself. So I'm gonna let you finish your statement. But if you say something out of bounds, I'm gonna have to stop you. That's just what it is. Okay, now go ahead.
Okay, so it's just a control my mind thing. Is that
no? I'm not trying to control your mind. I'm trying to uphold the legitimacy of my profession. That's what I'm doing.
I'm not talking about your profession, sir.
Well, what are you talking about? You telling me
you
about
wouldn't
study.
let me finish the sentence.
Okay, well, listen. I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
I'm saying that this thing that I'm talking about among women, let me finish that sentence. We have an intuition and understanding. It's not something to be studied. It's intuition, sir. And that's what I'm talking about.
Intuition
among
of
women,
what?
let me just finish the sentence.
No,
I'll hurry and make it fast. I see you have no patience. I'll hurry.
Okay, well, you can get off. If I can't have a conversation with you, you can get off.
I haven't finished my sentence.
Okay, well,
I'm going to hurry up.
I'm asking you.
I will hurry up super fast.
Listen.
10 seconds.
I'm not here to try to discredit anything you're saying. Okay, you can get off. That's fine. If you want to say I didn't let you speak, that's fine. But my position is, I got a right to ask a question. You're telling me about intuition. Yes, women do have a woman's intuition, but we got to go in deep with that. We got to understand. So we just can't throw out these things as if men and women are totally different. The bottom line, men and women are not totally different. We have more things in common than we don't have in common. And that's just facts. I mean, we got. I'm not. See, this is the gender war shit that you got to deal with online. That I don't have these discussions with people when we talk about relationships with men and women and the differences between men and women with mental health issues and how they deal with certain things. These things never come up. But then you come on YouTube, people trying to tell me what women do and men, and I'm speaking to women. Most therapists are women. So you know who I'm talking to most of the time? Women, not men. So if professional black professional psychotherapists are not saying this, and they're black, they look just like me and you. They look just like me and you. And they're not saying this. I cannot accept that from somebody that gets on a panel saying this stuff. I can't. I just can't. I'm sorry. I know that I may come off as being an asshole right now, but I just can't accept that. I'm sorry. But go ahead, Mahogany. How you doing, baby?
Hi. Well, first of all, I'm glad that, well, I am glad that you're doing this, and thank you so much for letting me up. Hi, Faith. Hi, everybody in the chat room. Now, I'm going to be honest with you.
Hey, Mahogany.
Hey, sweetie. I was listening almost the whole entire time, but for a few minutes I dropped off, so I hope I'm not repeating anything that was already said. But I do have a few things that I wanted to say. Well, let me just start with the grammar.
Yeah, go ahead.
I am huge into grammar, so that did kind of bother me. But I will say this: I think that she did what a lot of people on here do, especially when they write a book and they publish it through Amazon. They hire usually these kind of like cheap.
Are you serious?
No, I'm serious. They hire these really cheap editors that get it done really fast, but because they get it done really fast, a lot of mistakes, a lot of grammar errors go through. Her book is, she's not the first person to have that issue. I'll just say that because I know people personally that have published books through Amazon, and it's definitely an issue. I did want to talk about when you were reading the part about when she said she finally had someone that will love her. I understood what you were saying.
Her mother said that. Her mother said that.
Yes. And I wanted to tell you something. Yes. And I'm not saying that it's not a sign of mental illness because you would know better than me, but I will say this. I haven't felt that way, but I have heard a lot of, I don't know if you've ever watched a show like with the teenage mothers. I've heard a lot of women that have issues when they have a baby for the wrong reasons. They'll say that they finally feel like they have something to love or something that will love them back. I know my sister, who has over 8 children, we eventually got her in therapy, but basically one day, my older sister sat her down and asked her, why are you having all these kids? And she made a similar comment. So even though it's hard to understand, there are some women that feel like, they have something that will love them back unconditionally. Maybe they're not getting that from their relationship or they've never felt that. So I'm just saying, even though it sounds strange, it's not the first time I've heard something like that.
It's actually not strange. That is very common, particularly in our communities and this is common among teenage kids who were either abused or they come from situations where they feel that they're not being loved. I've heard this from kids between 15 and 18 tons of times. I've even heard this from young women in their early 20s that they just want something to love. I just got to have something that can love. But they're not taking into account the conditions that this child is going to be in. Mm-hmm. They're not see that we're not looking at the situation in its totality. And I have counseled teenage women, young girls, and some that were 18, 19, that were women are seen as women who had that type of mindset. And usually that is a byproduct of a dysfunctional family. And the fact of the matter is that you don't have children you can't afford, number one. And number two, you should not have children because you think you need something to love. If you want to have people to love, then we should work on strengthening those relationships with the people that are close to you or within your nuclear family, not have a child to get that. That's not a healthy reason to have children.
Right. I want to say one more thing.
Mhm.
Where this is my personal opinion from just what I saw, what you shared.
Right.
Like I said, I actually know someone who's writing their own book, and I'm working on my own little stuff too. But I think maybe the mistake that Princella did make is one thing that I said that I was going to do is get multiple different people to read my book before I ever publish it, like
Okay.
professional editors, but actually people that could give me their own perspective. Because one mistake that I think that she did just by listening is she detailed just the negative part of her life. I am certain that Princella has had positive experiences, but when you read that book, like you were saying, it comes off negative. And I personally don't think that she is, what did you say? I personally don't know, though. I'm not a psychiatrist, but I don't think she's off.
Mentally stable.
I don't know her enough to say,
I'm going to say, based on her book, I think that there are actually some levels of mental health issues that she did not get help for that led her to, because see, throughout the book, and this is stuff I've heard her say, her life was basically one tragedy, one problem after. That was never a long period, according to what she documented, and based on according to what she said. Even when she talked about her relationships as an adult, it was from one toxic male relationship to another. They took $40,000. Another person took $2,000. She got in a wreck with somebody. It was a chain of events that happened one after another.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm taking into account the stuff that she stated and the book. I'm not in this whole thing about with her trying to, women do this and she trying to take, I'm not getting it. I'm looking at strictly the root of the issues that she's going through. And the bottom line is this woman is not healthy enough from my estimation of the way she wrote this book, because this book is a designation of her mentality, of the trials that she has went through and her psycho development from the time she was born to the time she was an adult. Her mom actually was upset she didn't die. What kind of, do we understand how that can affect a kid to know that your mom thought you was never going to come back, and when you came back, her whole facial expression turned like, damn, I thought I would never see you again. We got to understand how that affects the psyche of a teenage girl or a teenage child, period. And there are certain
Well, D-Darrell, I wanted to ask you real quickly, because you read the book. I haven't gotten a chance to look at it yet. So did she say anything in the book about the testosterone and all this other stuff that she talks about on her channel?
She didn't. This book, she talked briefly about that's another thing. She didn't even go on the biology stuff. She may have mentioned some things about she didn't say the stuff about women's biology, men. That was not mentioned as far as the 5 components of love. I didn't see that. She may have mentioned.
Yeah, because I find that to be interesting that she didn't mention any of that, because she talks about that extensively on her channel.
That was not mentioned in the book. And I was looking, and I'm glad you brought that up, Faith, because I was actually looking for that. I was actually looking for her to talk about some of these, the biological stuff. Now she did, I want to say she mentioned something about about female biology or something in regards to, she said something about estrogen or something. I think maybe it was something minor. It was like maybe a sentence there, but it was nothing to the effect of what she, no, matter of fact, I'm going to just go out and she didn't really mention much about it at all. I'm just going to say that because, and I read I read the book in 2 days. I made notes. She didn't have much about that. She didn't even mention things about the biology. Now, what she did mention was the sociological and psychological theory. She talked about active listening skills, which is a counseling technique. She talked about reframing, which is also another counseling technique. She talked about the Kubler-Ross stages of grief, which I have actually taught on my D to Real Life Solutions channel. She talked about another psychologist named, female psychologist named Lamia or something like that, about some stuff. So she mentioned a few things, but there was not enough research or sources that were cited for this book. I feel that's just my professional opinion. This is not, listen, if I look in reading Obsidian book, Obsidian had some stuff that wasn't right either. I'm just gonna be honest. I question how well edited his book was. Okay, Babatunde Omana, who wrote a book Negro Wars with SYSPM. That book was worse than this book as far as how it was written. I thought an elementary kid wrote that book. I'm just being honest. And so I'm going to give a professional critique. If it's not right, it's not right. If you want to sell something, I'm going to be honest. If you're going to sell something, I expect it to be quality.
I was going to say, and I'm not jumping on the, like I've already talked about how I feel about Priscilla's. Everybody said it a million times. Certain things she says is okay and certain things she says is not. But I will say this. I do feel like, I mean, if you're going to colleges and you're backing this, that you should care about the quality of it. I'm big on quality. And
yes.
Yeah, you got it. That's what I'm saying. You went to Prairie View, Prairie View is an hour and a half from where I live. And the guy that was the guy that she was up there doing that lecture with, they had on the screen Psychology 101, and neither one of them have a psychology degree. The guy got a degree in labor studies. I don't know what she got a degree. I don't even think she have a degree. Or if they claim she got some kind of biology. I don't know how true that is. That has not been validated. On my videos, you see validation of my receipts. So how you going to sit there with no psychology degree and go to a university and claim that they want you to work and they want you to teach and lecture at these universities? You ain't even qualified to teach at a university.
Well, I'm really shocked because now I'm starting to really think that it is a hustle, because if she's talking about the biology on her channel, talking about testosterone and all these hormones and how it affects the male, and how it affects the male psyche, but she doesn't, that's not even in her book. I'm wondering what is it that she's trying to do here?
Now, I haven't read the 48 what was it? The 48 something?
The 41 Shades of Men. It is trash. It's a trash.
Now, I don't know if it's in that book, but it's not in five components.
It's not in that book either, Ron?
It's not, because I read it. Now, what she's doing is, I have a tendency to use National Institute of Health statistics, and it's very interesting that she searched for the one for testosterone, but she didn't speak to the one about the rapid effects of estrogen on women's behavior.
You know what? I don't think she looked any of this up, because there is some truth to what she's saying about the effects of testosterone. But like you said, she doesn't compare and contrast it to how testosterone and estrogen have different effects on both men and women. And then there's also the other hormones that go into it too, such as progesterone, oxytocin, and it's another one. It's all of these not serotonin, the pleasure hormone. You know what I'm talking about.
You're talking about I know exactly that goes to the brain and it kind of triggers euphoria.
Yeah, it triggers the reward system of the brain, and it also deals with addiction.
Right.
Isn't that oxytocin?
No, it's not.
No, it's
that's out of my lane. So I don't touch with that,
Yeah, but I mean, for her to go into what she's going into, dopamine. That's what it is. And see, all of those things tied together, and to involve the love hormones that she's talking about. And see, if she didn't research any of that, then she needs to stop talking about testosterone, because testosterone is not the only driving factor.
Yeah, and there's also social factors. You know, that's as far as what you're taught, and as far as how men psychologically have learned how to behave. We have a brain that we have to process these things. There are certain people who have issues with their behavior, but they know how to control it, and those that don't know how to control it. You know, that's biological influences to your behavior, but there's also environmental influences. That goes in with the nature versus nurture theory, which is that's debated about. You know, that's much debated. Is a human being's behavior clearly more defined by the genetics, or it's by the environment that they grew up in? And so the consensus is it's basically equally as influential, not one over the other per se. You know,
Exactly.
But see, I don't speak on notice. I stay in my lane. I know my limitations as a therapist. I know I don't go into stuff like that unless I get it from somebody that's in that area and they basically give me that information. Even if I study it, I'm still going to get an opinion from a qualified professional on whether or not I'm saying this correctly or not. I'm not going to go on YouTube on something outside of my lane and just speak on it, because I understand that I've had people call boards on me before. I had to write letters. I know when I search that could be accountable. There's things that I can be accountable for. I can't sit here and say random shit and think it's gonna go. I can't, because I've had people complain to my board before on some stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I have to. I look at things a little bit, you know, little bit differently than other people, and it's unfortunate, but that has happened before. So Rabi says she'll be right back, but we can go ahead and continue. Now I'm gonna say this to May.
Okay.
Listen, May, if you want to come back up, I'll let you speak. I apologize if you think I was a bit too aggressive. If you choose not to come back, but I'm not going to accept certain things that I know not to be true. And we're not going to, we got to be, I came up here to have a conversation with people that are going to, that even Faith admit, hey, I am a supporter. I respect your support, but I'm not just going to expect any little thing just because you got support that I know not to be true. I'm just not
Right. I'm a supporter, but there are some things that, you know, Princella talks about that I have questions about.
Yeah,
so I'm a supporter, but I'm not a blind supporter.
Yeah. And so when I start hearing stuff about, well, you got to understand is the women's this and I'm like, lady, I have counseled over probably 2,000 or 3,000 women in my life of all ages, from 4 years old on up. I think I'm not saying, of course, I'm not a woman. As a man, there's certain things that because there's certain issues with women I will not deal with, because I think that women, particularly in the issues of like sexual abuse and things of that sort, and certain things that I think women are more equipped because of the anxiety that can be triggered from being around a man, unless they are healthy enough to do so. I understand that, but don't you think I've been trained to understand that? I understand as a man that's certain, but we're not gonna come and just then blanket like, oh, it's just a totally different situation. No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, what happened to Raw B?
Oh, she told me she'll be right back. Something happened.
Okay. I wanted to, because she did a really dope stream on this too. She got in depth with it. I had some questions for her, but okay, all right.
Right. So
Woman's Fair. Oh, sorry.
I was actually going to go more in depth and go along. I actually planned to go long, but somebody told me, you may not want to show the doc because she may flag the channel. So I took the document out. Because I was
to be honest, if anybody flags the channel, it'll probably be her supporters, not her.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. So I was going to talk about some other stuff that I was going to highlight, but since they told me she may flag the channel, I took the document out.
But Mahogany, I wanted to ask you, what do you think about the whole statement that men are not capable of love? Because me personally, that's the one thing where I don't really completely agree with her. There is a there, but the way that she's breaking it down is kind of flawed. But to me, men are capable of love, but they are not capable of loving in the way that we as women think they should love. What's your take on it?
That's exactly how I took it as what she was saying, and I agree with that. I think men, I know that they love differently, and I brought that up. I think I was on We Unlock show, and I was saying that men show love, but they show it differently. we tend to be more verbal and stuff, and they're not as verbal. Because I know I have men that love me, honey. So I know that they love, they just love differently. And we got to understand that as women.
And so in situations like that, and it's something that I, reinforce a lot for issues of women who want men to love them more in a certain way, there has to be open communication by that. I think that just a lot of men are not as verbal in expressing love, but that's something that you can continue to work on and become better at. It may not ever be to the ability that you would like it to be, but I think men can become better over time at being more verbal about expressing love. It's not something that can't be worked on,
Yeah.
So just because a person is at a certain level don't mean that they can improve over time. They don't have to be stagnant in that as far as their expression of love.
It's funny. Thank you for. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mahogany. Go ahead.
Welcome. No, I said welcome back. I'm glad you came back up.
Yay, May's back.
Yeah, Darrell, that was actually what I was going to speak to. That was exactly what I had in mind when I came up here, was to say that intuitively women, like, how did you say it? You just said it a minute ago. You said somehow kind of know, or there was a way you just said it. Women know there's something there. It was something like that you just said.
Oh yeah, I just basically said that we as women, where we go wrong is we expect men to love the way that we love, but they love very differently.
Right. And so that's what I was saying. Intuitively, I can't give you like a statistic at the Department of Health and something, but I could say if you talk to most women intuitively, we kind of know that men love differently than we do. We cannot put a study on it with a number and a statistic and all that. We can't do that necessarily. We can take a poll of what women believe, but intuitively, women, we do believe that men love differently, even when it's not romantic, just even as it relates to children. And we can see that a lot of times men are able to separate from children in a way that women cannot without being hurt.
So my question is, are men supposed to love the same way women love? Is that what women want?
No, oh, that's a good question. Can I go first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so for me, because the ladies might have a different answer. No, I don't think they need to love the same way, but I think if we understood each other a lot better, like a little bit more, then we could compromise more, and we could we could work together more, because so often you do hear women complaining. I've complained, that I wish maybe that my man is a little bit more vocal, because he's not vocal at all, hardly, honey.
Mm-hmm.
But
most men are not.
Yeah,
most men learn that.
Mm-hmm.
Most men learn that. That's something that I'm gonna be honest with you. Most boys, one of the reasons why men are not as vocal, because we're not raised to be as such. We're not. Men are not raised to express. Most men are not raised to express their feelings. Matter of fact, most boys are actually raised to repress emotions and feelings.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a product of our culture. Not that they're inherent, that's inherent, but we're actually groomed to do so.
I can say, you all, I've seen some things in our culture that make me feel that, men do not completely love. A lot of times I think women, we romanticize men, this idea of love, and it's unconditional and it'll last. I'll give you two examples in popular culture, trends that I have seen, things I've seen. Newt Gingrich, for example, his wife is dying of cancer. And his main concern during the time she was dying and, in the home, was asking her if he could get a girlfriend because he had, romantic needs that needed to be met. That's not uncommon that if someone is, we women don't want to think about stuff like that, but we've seen situations like that. And in his mind, he feels like I'm giving her love because I'm giving her respect to let her know I need a girlfriend or somebody else to love me and do for me. But in our mind, we're looking at that like, damn, this is how you pay me love in my darkest hour.
Right.
So
But
stuff
you do
like
know
that.
that
And
that
another
happens in
thing I've
reverse,
seen, one more
right?
thing, I'll just say this one. Another thing I have seen is, but particularly in middle class Black and upper middle class white culture, a woman who's giving kids off to college, this and that, she turns 45, 50. He's ready to trade her in for a new model for no reason at all. A younger, better
In
model.
our community or in the white community?
Predominantly Black middle class, upper middle class, and white community. White upper class. I see that a lot.
I'm
of my
not
mother's
saying that
friends,
don't happen, but
a lot of my mother's friends went through that.
I don't see that in the Black community, even in the
Upper middle class Black
but I
community.
see that.
Upper middle class Black.
Yeah, upper middle. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying that doesn't happen.
Very common.
Maybe that may be a trend that may have happened maybe in the last 5 to 10 years, but just history, just looking at it from the last, I'm just gonna say maybe the last 30 to 40 years. I don't see, maybe that may be a trend that's recently come of notice, but I don't typically see that happening a whole lot in our community. Not, and we only have so many people. We only have a small percentage of Black people who are in the upper middle class. So I do get what you're saying, but that definitely happens in the white community. That happens a lot.
But we're talking about men in general, right?
No, I'm talking about Black men. I don't care about men of other cultures.
Oh, the Princella talks about all men.
Yeah, she talks about all men, but she specifies Black men.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think we can talk about
we can. I can, but if we're talking about her, she does talk about this is also she said, but when she talk about things specifically, she speaks of Black men. I mean, I can show the receipts if you like.
Can I say something? I do want to say something about. I'm glad you brought that up, and then I'm gonna let Faith have it. I started watching Princella, I don't know, it's probably been about 8 months ago whenever she was on the breakdown the first time, then I started following her. And I hang out in the clouds. That's just how I am. But basically, when she first started, she never mentioned the color of the men. It wasn't until she started promoting herself and going on these other platforms, Black platforms, that the question constantly came up, what do you think about Black men, Black men, Black men, Black men? And so next thing you know, I honestly think she fell into the trap of responding to these questions about Black men. So, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I feel like that was a trap to, she's talking about Black men. But I'm telling you, when she first started, she talked about white men, being I won't say some of the worst, but doing some of the most atrocious things. And she talked about men. I mean, even a few months ago, she had a show and she had a caller come in from I can't remember, but it was a third world country, where they still are allowed to beat their women. And so she has always said she's talking about all men, but I think since she's been visiting these channels, she's been having to deal with Black topics, and I really think that was a trap. So now they can say, she's talking about Black men, Black men, Black men.
So you're saying she grifted a little bit?
Well, yeah, but she fell into something I don't think she realized she was falling into. She should have stuck with what she said originally, which was all men. She's always said all men.
My question is this example, when you're saying men will fall out of love when they no longer sexually, see, that's a blanket statement that's just not true. Now, I'm not saying that doesn't exist. That there are plenty of men who are still in marriages with women that they are no longer sexually attracted to. Now, they may cheat and do other things, but they're not leaving that marriage, which I'm not saying, I'm not advocating for either one. But to say that men are just fall out of love because they no longer, that's not, I'm not saying that doesn't happen.
Well, actually, that's what Princella talks about, D.
But that does happen. But I'm not going to sit here and say that that's a general statement for all men. Because the same thing happened to women. There are women who fall out of love with men that you gained 300 pounds and you was once 150, 180 pounds. That could change a little bit. I mean, that goes both ways.
I think that there's a lot of situations, and I'm from the South, and a lot of times we have a lot of things we just say everything understood don't need to be said. And I think Princella, among the women folk, we have a lot of things we believe, we talk about among ourselves. And Princella had enough nerve to say the things that a lot of women think, but will never talk about.
Like
and that's
what?
why people hate her.
Like what?
What I just told you, and that's what I'm saying. Men do all that explaining when men
No,
leave their
see,
wives in
we're
crisis.
not doing the gender talk. See, you
I'm
going
not
back to
doing
the
gender
gender
talk. I'm
talk
just telling.
again. I just
You
asked
gotta
you to
silence me.
give
Go
me
ahead.
examples.
Can I
Yeah,
speak?
ask
Hey,
you a
Mary.
simple question.
Okay,
What
Hey,
is
how you
she
doing,
saying?
Mahogany?
What's going on, Amir? Like, I'm
Hey,
just asking,
What's up,
Amiri.
y'all?
what is she
How you
saying
doing,
that
Faith?
women been in this space for years? I don't think
I'm
she
not talking
said
about this
nothing that
space. I'm
any
talking
other
about in
woman
general.
hasn't said.
In general, sir, I'm
Like
saying
what?
that we have to admit that among women people, we have lots of things that we talk
Women
about and we
people?
think, and we
What is
do not
that?
necessarily share them with the opposite sex.
You
And all I'm
don't?
saying is she's aired out the dirty
Like
laundry,
what?
sir.
What do you not share with the opposite sex?
Some of the stuff that we're talking about
Like
that you're
what?
rejecting
Like
right
what?
now. Some of that.
Because I know women share the deepest, most intimate things that they wouldn't even share with a woman, another woman.
You could take it or leave it. I'm telling
No,
you, she
I'm gonna have to leave it. Because I'm
she is
asking you.
showing
No,
the underwear,
I'm asking you
and
to
people
give
hate her
me.
for it. She's
You made
showing
this
the
Well, can
draw.
I?
I'm not
Well,
making these claims. You made these
well,
claims.
well, look. Let me say this about it, and I've kind of said where I fall on the whole Princella thing. The thing that I think D. Durrell is highlighting and pointing at is we have to stop treating people's opinion as if it's fact. That's number one. You know what I mean? Like, you can have any kind of opinion you want to have, but how factual is it? It's a difference between facts and opinion. You see, and for every example you want to show of a man being this monster, I can show you an example where a man is a hero. Like, you have every day, you have men who go out here and put their lives on the line and lay their lives down for their families, and to sit up here and put this idea that men don't know how to love is absurd. And not only is it absurd, what's really funny about it is that the fucking concept of love was created by a man. Look it up. So it's just this nonsense. And when we're in this era where everything is hyper, nothing has to be factual, and you can come with an illicit opinion based on your own experience, and then want to extrapolate that out to some divine truth. Man, come on, it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. And
Now,
there's no way you're going to be able to back that up empirically to sit up here and talk about men are capable of love. And my opinion on it is this: is that if you start like keeping score between men and women, what you're going to find out is that men and women are more similar than they're dissimilar.
And I just said that earlier. I said that 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, everybody want to get this moral high ground. They try and keep this moral high ground for their group or their demographic or their special interests. Like, it's all BS, man. You have good people, you have bad people. You have good men, bad men. You have good women, bad women. You know what I mean? Knock it off talking about men aren't capable of love. That's what I profoundly disagree with that.
I hear you, brother. I appreciate what you're saying. I can speak for myself. I am often called a mammy all the time because I'm always cheering on how amazing Black men are. I get called mammy every other day. So I am not somebody who is bashing Black men or doing the gender war. I do not believe the gender war is relevant or real. I'm an 18-year married woman, and a family woman. So that I hear you, but I'm not coming from that place. Me personally, I'm speaking for myself. But what I can say is that she is saying the things I think that a lot of women think, a lot of women will not say aloud. And that's one of the things she's done in her book. She's aired her dirty laundry. And we see the venom and the way people are picking her apart. It is reiterating that people have to suffer in silence. It is not allowed in the Black community for you to speak freely and to share your truth and to express it and be respected. It's not. You have to.
She's not the first person. She's not the first person to do this, May. There are other women who've done the same and actually done it better than her.
Well, actually, D. Durrell, there was something that you said earlier that I wanted to touch on because you were talking about how people would say that because a man has sex with a woman early in a relationship, that he's not going to fall in love and all of this. And there is scientific evidence to prove what Princella is trying to say, and that's what I've been trying to say all along.
Like what?
She's
What study is that? The study about men falling out of love?
Yeah, there's scientific studies on it. I don't get me to quoting wrong, but there's a love biologist by the name of Don Masler. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
No, I'm not.
Okay, but according to Don Masler, the chemicals dopamine and vasopressin, those are vital for men to start falling in love. Whereas for women, it's oxytocin and dopamine. Now, oxytocin, that's the love or cuddle hormone that's nicknamed the love hormone. It also plays an important role in men, but that happens at a later stage. And that's what you were talking about earlier, where you were saying that there have been men that have been married to their wives for years and years, and they're no longer really, attracted to them, but they still, are they don't cheat and they love their wives. Well, that is because those men in the later stage have a higher level of oxytocin. And there are studies to prove this. And
Okay.
this is what Princella has been attempting to explain, but she's explaining the wrong hormone.
Okay. So my question, looking at it from my perspective, there's also other dynamics outside of biology that contributes to that. Like your upbringing, the things that, as far as how you have been trained in seeing relationships, the interaction between biology gives a basis to how somebody, but that's not going to be the final determinant.
Right, and that's where she's coming from, off of a base level. Now she also says that there are other, determiners. So she's not, saying that that's the end all be all. She's just giving women a background as to, on a base level, this is, what her understanding is, but she's not explaining the correct hormones. That's
So that
my
means-
only critique of her.
So
But
she's
what
not-
she's saying is correct.
She's not qualified to speak on what she's speaking on. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. She's not.
Right. And you're right. You're absolutely right. She's not qualified, because if she can't explain it correctly, then she's not giving out the proper information, because all she's doing is she's honing in on testosterone this, testosterone that. And the thing about it is testosterone does play a role. But the thing about it is, men who have been in committed relationships, like you explained earlier, D. Darrell, those men in those committed relationships have a very, very slight decrease in their testosterone level. And when those men are in those relationships for that long period of time, when that testosterone decreases by approximately 15 to 20%, that's when the love hormone oxytocin kicks in. And this allows the men to commit and trust and love and be committed in those relationships for the long term.
So
now,
you do understand.
Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay,
When
go
a
ahead.
man's testosterone level is higher, that right there stifles the hormone oxytocin, which makes it very difficult for men to bond in any relationship. So when testosterone levels are high, men are not able to bond. When testosterone levels are significantly lower and they've had a chance to get to know the woman, be around the woman, and like the woman, they are comfortable and they're ready to commit. The oxytocin kicks in. So this is what Princella is failing to explain. And that is my only complaint about her.
Okay, so
Well, let
so
me say this.
my response to that is that I get it that we're talking from a biological standpoint, but when it comes to testosterone, as men get older, the testosterone automatically going to decrease no matter what. That's just a natural part of being a man. Like, even if you got higher testosterone, once you kick into your late 30s, that testosterone is going to significantly decrease over time. Like that's just a normal part of being a man. The testosterone is going to gradually get lower. And I do get the biological aspects of that, but to me, my position is the greatest determinants of that is the social interaction the social aspects to me are stronger than the biological aspects, because whether you got high testosterone or not, if you love a woman, you love a woman. If you don't love her, you don't love her. It don't matter how high or low the testosterone is. I mean, people with low testosterone still cheat. That's not. So we got to look at the basis of probability.
Could you?
It doesn't mean that this is going to happen. And see, to me, this is what people have to understand with research. Research is designed to not give a unrefutable fact. Research is designed to assess the dynamics of why things happen and the probability under certain environments that it will happen or not happen. Doesn't mean that it's going to always happen 100% of the time or not. It shows a difference, what we call significant to statistics or having statistic inferences per se, meaning that the data as it involves the results, the statistics have to show a significant outcome. And in a lot of cases of the research fails to show significant outcomes. It shows minor influences one way or the other. So go ahead. Go ahead.
Just wait.
I'm listening.
I was thinking biology wise. One of the things that Princella, I saw, I don't watch her show and I haven't read any books and I don't plan to read any books. One of the things that she did that made my ears go up, she did talk about statistics as far as men being in prison,
right? Violent
crime, and the difference in how many are men percentage wise as well as women. Versus like not gender war, but just it's a difference. And
right.
I just want to ask you, can you speak to the difference? Why is it that more men are in prison, more men are commit violent acts, murder, versus women? If we're
the reason why is because we're the more aggressive sex. We're the more aggressive sex. We're the more stronger sex. And therefore, with that comes a situation where we have a tendency to do more horrific and more violent crime. We're more violent by nature, by natural design. Doesn't mean that you're going. Testosterone has an aspect of that, but also your cognitive ability as far as judgment and intelligence also affects that. Not just testosterone alone, and then also you got to look at your environment. Which to me, we're talking a lot about biology, but instead of talking about the environment that one goes through. Now, when it comes, the real question as it pertains to us, because for me, when I'm treating people, and in particular when I'm treating our people, I base things based on solutions and things that affect and help our community. So when it involves Black men, we got to look at the social status and the social environment, political environment that we're in, because we're targeted. We're perceived in a certain light that contributes to that. If you go to any country on this earth, you will see more men committing violent crimes than women, for the most part, and that's by the natural aspect of men. And part of that, there is a risk of probability of men not conforming to societal rules and doing these types of crimes, and that's been like that since the beginning of time. That's just us as human beings.
That is something that she states, Dee.
That is true. But the problem with that, she'll say it as if the majority of men can't control. And I've heard her say men can't control. This is their nature. The nature of men, we have the tendency. Don't mean we're going to act. A small percentage of men commit crimes, violent crimes. The majority of men don't commit violent crimes. The overwhelming majority of men don't commit violent crimes and do things like that. But in the percentage, if you look at the total case, regardless if it's man or woman, the majority is going to be men. But when you look at the total sample size of, let's say, in this country, we probably got over 150,000 men. The large percentage, only a small percentage of men out of that 150 is going to commit violent crimes.
I understand that. I agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, so we see it's a play of words.
But this what I want to say about it is you know, like trying to use rhetoric like that with being violent and crime and all that. Look, man, that's the way we evolve. The apex predator on this planet is mankind, men. But you need that. You know why? Because you got other apex predators out there. You got bears, you got lions, you got tigers. And the reason why this type of rhetoric, when men hear it, especially in contemporary time, gets the pushback it gets, and I believe rightfully so on some level, is because there's been a concerted effort and push to try and make everybody think that if men were more feminine, then the world would be a better place. If men act like women, the world would be a better place. That's why I was saying what I was saying earlier when it comes to the whole men can't love thing. So what's in making an argument like that, what you're trying to say is that love is somehow a feminine faculty. So anything that's good going on in the world, you're going that's what women do. And anything bad and evil and wrong, that's what men do. So in order for the world to be a better place, men got to act more like women. No, man. You know what I'm saying? You got to have a healthy balance of the two. You're talking about the division of labor. Men were the hunters, women were the gatherers. Does it mean that women can't hunt or don't possess the capacity to hunt if they're so inclined? But just or generally, based off of evolution, men hunted, women gathered. But you need both of those aspects. You know what I'm saying? But this whole thing where we steadily trying to demonize and vilify masculinity and maleness and manhood, that's why it gets the pushback it gets back, and rightfully so. The world is not going to be a better place if men start acting, thinking, and operating like women.
Right. A small percentage of men commit violent crimes, less than 5% compared to the total population of men. That's a small. It's not now. If it got anywhere like 30-40%, now we got crisis. But that's just not the case. And that's the thing when people draw, and this is the problem. This is one of the issues, and this is one of the reasons why I don't go on panels. And like I used to, I stopped because I try to educate people on these numbers that they talk about that they don't understand. And I'm like, let's put these numbers into practice. So you're going to sit here and tell me they got 100 million black people. I mean, there's 100 million men in this country committing violent crimes. Is that even realistic to even fathom? That's just not true. If that was the case, this country would be chaotic. It would be uncivilized, and this country would not be at the status that it's at. It's just looking at it realistically speaking. So we got to be careful when people give this data, and then once you really assess this data and put it to practice and see what those numbers really mean. And that's the issue I have with the manosphere and other, that they throw out statistics without putting them into practice and understanding. They're just looking at raw numbers and not understanding what those raw numbers really mean.
You know, one of the things that's irritated me about a lot of these spaces is this very judgmental, snide, academic, nose up in the air. I'm a professional, blah blah blah. I see that especially in the manosphere. I mean, it's like it's so freaking rare. People make a big deal out of it, you know.
There's not a lot of professionals.
Let me say this. Where I'm from, everybody's got a PhD around here. It's not a big deal. It's really not a big deal.
Right.
And I think it's funny that people, you know, they try to invalidate others. Well, so-and-so's a PhD and so-and-so has this many degrees. I think it is so, it tells you how much like poverty that a lot of people are existing in, that they are the biggest fish in the little tiny little pond that they live in. And I have to say this, I think sometimes we place academia and all these studies and statistics in the wrong place. Let's keep it real. This woman, I am not in her cult. I do not like gay people. I am a homophobic. I admittedly.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, I just said okay.
Yeah, I got to keep it real. That's what I am. That's what they call me. I'm not afraid of them, but that's what they call it. So I am not a fan of women going for women. I believe in family, but I'm trying to ignore this woman because she keeps dressing like a man in the nighttime, no, the daytime. And then she's a woman, and a sensual woman at night, and this transgendering, bending thing. It's disturbing to me. I'll be honest. I can't ignore her. I have tried, but you men, y'all won't let it go.
You
Y'all,
men?
I'm serious.
What do you mean, you men?
Y'all men are blowing her up. Y'all are making her like she is everything. I am trying my best not to notice this woman anymore. She's tearing up the algorithms because y'all keep talking about her all day, all night. I'm just telling you what it is.
I don't see it that way. I only see one group of men blowing her up, and that's the manosphere blowing her up. Now, as far as me talking about her, I'm doing things for a different reason. And also, you got to understand, she strategically went to this space. The space didn't go to her. She came to the spaces, to certain spaces to get the clout that she got. So it's a little bit on both. And to be honest with you, she did a great job of marketing herself to this point. And I got to give her credit.
Her haters are marketing too. For her.
Yeah, exactly. But she did a great job of strategically going on certain platforms. Person. She did. I cannot take away her how she strategically went to certain places to do certain things to build her name up. It worked. I got to give her props for that. She actually navigated it very well to get where she's at, and she's basically prospering from it. She's prospering from it.
Of branding and marketing, and she has an end product, And let me just say that, and I'll drop down so everybody else can have plenty of space to speak. I want to say this as a former teacher. We have a literacy, what is it called? A literacy crisis in America. And I just want to say this to you, brother. We got to be careful about being academics and being professionals and talking down on our people. We have to be careful about that. You talked very harshly about her book, and I'm sure in a little bit of the part you showed, there were a lot of flaws. Okay, let's keep it real. It was flawed, okay? But she may come from poverty. She may have come from a parent who could not take time to do homework with her. There's a lot of parents like that. They're barely making it. They live in hotels and they don't have the space for all their children to have a computer and do their homework. I see this kind of stuff in education. And I want to say that in the Black community, because of taxes and all kind of other things and gentrification, Black kids do not get good education. The majority of them don't. They just don't, especially in urban centers. So we're talking about people who are at a disadvantage no matter what, unless they're in the, the upper crust of the community, they're not getting the best education. And I'll say this to you. So we have to be careful when people have enough nerve to pick up a pen and write and be vulnerable. We got to respect it because most of our people are actually technically illiterate. And that's a vast majority. You can see it in adults. You got people that won't write, won't read. They won't do it because they know they can't. They're not good at it. And I was a high school teacher and adult educator. And I'm here to tell you, most of my 11th and 12th graders, they could not pass the state test. They could not. That they're borderline illiterate. Okay. So just know that most of these high school kids, they can't really read and write at high school level. Just know that.
So whose fault is that?
I'm not talking about fault, brother. I'm just letting you know.
No, I'm just because I believe that I can't excuse that. If you're selling,
I'm not excusing anything.
I'm saying me, not you.
Oh, okay.
I'm not. You can excuse it, but I'm not.
I don't excuse it. I'm just letting you know that
what I'm saying.
There's a lot of poverty and systemic racism in schools.
To me, listen. I get what you're saying. I guess yes, I understand. Urban centers are underfunded. I know taxes have a lot to do with that. But if you're on the internet selling a product and you claim you're the only expert and can't nobody debate me and nobody's qualified to speak to me on anything, you don't have to come better than this. I'm sorry. That came out of her mouth.
Her book needs editing, no doubt.
It needs a lot. It needs to be rebranded. It needs to be rewritten. That's what needs to happen. So she said that. This came from her mouth. It didn't come from me. She stated nobody's qualified to speak to me on these issues. Nobody can tell me what love is. You don't know what love is, and a lot of these women don't. She said these things. I'm not out, so if you're gonna do this, the quality of the book needs to match what you're saying on these panels.
And I'll be honest with you, a lot of people who don't write and read well, a lot of them are not metacognitive. They don't even they think that's their best and it's good. That's the problem. You have to have 3, 4 editors, or you have to actually hire a real professional
Well,
editor.
This is a
And that didn't
person.
happen. So
This
yeah.
person claims. I'm going by this person. This person claims she knows biology, sociology, and psychology.
I don't think she does.
And I, as a teacher and as a person who's contracted with several school districts, and I'm in the school system a lot, not as much as I used to. Also, I used to go in alternative schools. Also, there's a high illiteracy rate. Yes, I get exactly what you're saying.
Yeah.
But this is what she said. It's not what I said. This is what she stated. So I'm gonna hold you to the level that the pedestal you put yourself on. That's what she did.
Okay.
So I mean, if it's trash, it's trash. I'm not. Look, if I can critique Obsidian book, I can critique her book. If I can critique Babatunde Amana, his book was actually worse than her book. I thought a 10-year-old could have wrote a better book than that Negro Wars.
You tough. You tough. Ooh.
Yes, I am. But we need this. We need a higher level of thought. If you want to come here and make money off of people, and you want to sell people these goods and products, then you need to come correct.
Yeah, she's not above scrutiny. So I don't have no bones with anybody that scrutinizes her at all.
Yeah.
Well, what's up, Women's Fair?
Hey, what's going on, Queen?
What's up, y'all? All right, so my fingers was getting tired. I was down there typing away.
Now, you know what? You one person that I actually was hoping that, was wondering what you felt about, because I didn't hear. I know you've been, and I appreciate the content you're doing. I watch you. I be in the clouds. I don't come out the clouds, but I do watch you a lot when you come live. But I don't come out the clouds. But I noticed you in a different track right now. But I was curious to see what you felt about the Priscilla phenomenon.
I mean, I think it's pro-black hustle meets grift meets new hustle. You know, she's no different than the rest of the people in the space who, got their rare opportunity to, come up. You know what I mean? And she's taking advantage of her opportunity. She has an opinion like everybody else. So I won't say that I agree or disagree too strongly with Princella. And I won't even say she don't deserve to be here because everybody else is here.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
True.
So, true. But I do feel like this, though. I think that if you are evolving correctly and appropriately, right, without being pushed or without being shifted, but just that you are evolving within yourself and you are actually, just like you said, seeking a higher level of consciousness, then at some point you are going to have to stop listening to opinions and listening to facts and not allowing what you feel, what makes you comfy and cozy. You get what I'm saying? Like, because people are bonding what makes them feel comfortable. You know what I mean? And so now social media has become a place of like sheeps and shepherds. You know what I mean? So it's like, I started saying this like 2 years ago, and I'm going to keep repeating it because it's highly prevalent for what's going on social media right now. But Erykah Badu did an interview some years ago, and she said something that stuck with me. But she said that 85% of the world are sheep, and 10% are their shepherds, and 5% are the observers. So they're going to be people that are observing other people be herded in. And those are the people you're going to see doing all the defending, all of the advocating, in the comments and everything like that, because they're necessarily not seeking a higher level of consciousness. They aren't looking at what's right in front of them. We see women in relationships that we can just look at and be like, that's toxic. But for some reason, they're going to give you a whole nother idea of what that relationship is. Like, take, for instance, Krishan Rock and Blueface. Everybody can see that he don't love her, but she don't see it.
Right.
She like, no, he just faking. He just acting like that because of this. And the fact of the matter is, that's the majority of women. People don't want to believe that. Trust me, I was one of them. I didn't want to believe it. I did not want to believe that the majority of women literally prefer abuse than the truth. They prefer to be lied to. I didn't want to believe that. I'm telling you, you could have nailed me to the cross a couple of years ago. But because I seek a higher level of consciousness, I can't deny what I see. But some people unfortunately, D. Darrell, are going to go down on that hill. They're going to continuously deny what they see and act like they don't see it.
Now, see, now, and I get what you're saying. Now, see, when I saw her come up, you know what I thought? I was saying to myself, why didn't you, even though your channel has took a lot of different turns, but I was trying to figure out why you didn't get the level of support she getting.
Because I'm too real.
Because
I pay attention to what I see.
But this is the thing of all the people who had the kind of content you used to do. You actually did stuff for people.
Right.
She not doing that. And you was one of the few that actually, I'm like, wait a minute, this lady actually went and people could vouch and give receipts. You actually did things. You didn't just speak on stuff. You actually put your money where your mouth was. That's why with certain stuff, I kind of stopped, like at the, back years ago. I didn't say, because when I started really understanding what you were doing, I stopped saying stuff because I'm like, wow, you really are, like, you really meant, and you showed that you really cared.
I traveled on the whole East Coast when Roe v. Wade was overturned. I was out of my own state for like 3 months straight advocating for that.
But nobody else doing that. But they talking, this empowerment stuff, but they not doing this field work that you have done.
That's what I'm saying. Like, so this is why I'm trying to tell you being a therapist, unfortunately, people do want to be lied to. I mean, this is why they're not going to hear you. They're not going to hear your truth. They're not going to hear your 20 years of experience. I've been advocating for Black women over 20 years. Right. They're not going to hear the people that's actually doing the work. You know what I mean? They're going to hear the hustler. They're going to hear the pimp. They're going to hear the grifters and the shifters. That's what they're going to hear. They're not going to hear you. They're going to find every way to tell you ain't right, D. Darrell. Yeah, you a therapist, but no. Yeah, you sat down right there in the room with them, but no. They're not going to hear it. Like, they're going to find, and it blows my mind. That's why I said everybody else deserved to be here. Priscilla, she deserved to be here too.
Right, she does. She deserved to be there. I gotta give it, because my thing is this: if I can critique Manosphere Negroes, why can't I critique her?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? And to be honest with you, I don't know if they share the same. Well, she not, because I know Cynthia channel got deleted. But to me, her supporters remind me a lot of Cynthia G support, because they used to troll me a lot in the past. They stopped, but I used to get the same stuff from her. They would come to my channel when I talk about certain stuff, and they would do the same stuff that her subscribers would do. They'll come and troll and tell you didn't do this and that. But to me, these ladies on a whole other level with the stuff. They going everywhere, trolling everybody that and they go deep. You know what I'm saying? They come in like in droves,
Yeah. It's crazy. That's why I appreciate the people who actually seek, what's going on. You can't deny what's in your face, but it amazes me how many people do.
Right.
It amazes me. I'll be amazed. I'll be like, wow, like, you didn't just see that? You didn't just hear that? But nope. So the people who have enough courage to, just be, one of the things, be elders.
Right.
You know what I mean? A lot of people just getting old, but they don't understand the responsibility of being an elder. I don't care if you got 3 people watching you or 20 people watching you. It could be a young adult. It can be somebody that really need the facts. It can be somebody that's in an abuse occurrence, like right now, like in real living, breathing time. You know what I mean? And they may need a D. Darrell or Faith or somebody that's just going to give you the facts. And it ain't about hurting your feelings. It's just about being honest about what it is. You know what I mean? And
right.
Unfortunately, that ain't it here. That ain't it. It's sensationalism. It's wanting to be entertained. Right. That's one of the things that stood out to me. This is YouTube. This is media. As much as these people swear they seeking the truth, no, they want to be entertained.
Well, she definitely. I'm gonna be honest. She is entertaining as hell. I ain't gonna lie. She is
She over there
entertaining.
rapping, singing, oiling up, eating fruit, doing all
Yeah,
types of
the
stuff.
lady was feeding her and everything. I'm like, where this come from? I ain't never seen that. I'm like, damn, okay.
She's entertaining. So
That stream you talking about. When I saw that stream, I was like, here go the ego.
right.
Now they talking about how a daughter keep coming up in the background to the daughter leave.
Yeah, I'm just like it's I mean the woman is entertaining and she been at it for a while. They act like she just showed up. She been at this for a while everywhere.
I heard she was real big on Facebook. They said a lot of people knew of her. I know people said she been on Facebook for like 20 years.
Right. That's why she know what she doing.
Wow.
That's why she know what she doing.
I'm sorry though, and a lot of people was on me about this. But when she, I'm trying to figure out for this woman that's trying to lead women, how did you let men take advantage of you the way that they did? Like you gave up 40K to a man, then another 5K to another. This stuff repetitively happened over and over again. I'm like thinking, well, any woman gonna like question this? Like, do you think this is a woman you need to be listening to that has a history of not making good decisions with men, and now she's telling you what to do and not to do with men? I mean, I didn't get that. I didn't get that one bit. Like we ain't talking about no 10. We ain't talking about $500. We talking about 40K, 5K. We talking about thousands of dollars that she has lost with dealing with men.
Yeah, she spoke on that plenty of times. But here's the thing. I think the reason why a lot of women resonate with her is because of the trauma bonding. And let's just be honest, this space has become just that, a space where people can just congregate and, here's my trauma. Oh, your trauma sounds similar to my trauma. And we're going to get together. We're going to bond over this shared experience that we all had. And, guess what? It's not your fault that you never found the man that loves you. It's just that men are just incapable of love. It's not the fact that you have a bad attitude or you weigh 400 pounds and you never took the weight off. You never decided to better yourself.
Right. She going there.
It's just the men. That's the problem I have with the whole thing.
That was funny. David's funny.
That is funny.
But it's the truth. I mean, come on now. Where is the lie?
I mean, I don't know, man. It's crazy, but she has,
You hear a lot though. That's why I said the delulu is real. The delusional, y'all. I done sat on some panels when I was really knee deep in that type of content, and I've been telling women for 2 years that men heard you. The men that was supposed to hear you, because I do think it was a period where women needed to express themselves, right? Especially Black women to Black men. They needed to finally speak up and say, hey, this ain't been no fun ride. We went through civil rights. We understand what was happening to you, but it was happening to me too. And I think Black women needed that time to do that. But there's a thing about overextending seasons. You know what I mean? Like, it's only so far and so long you can nag before then you get tuned out. And that's almost like every man. That's like almost every man, whether it's your man or the collective of men. It's, you got to be, you know what I mean? You got to know how to land that point and then let him sit on it. Walk away. Let him sit on it. If he love you and he care, or if these men are interested in dating Black women, it's going to affect them. So that whole idea of men being incapable of love, I don't believe that at all. I don't believe that at all. But once again, I've sat on some panels where I've heard women, and I'm in my mid-40s, tell me they ain't never had a man pay their bills. They ain't never had a man love them. And
I've heard that too. Matter of fact, I can tell you this, Woman Spirit. I know women that I see in therapy never been on a date in their life.
But having sex though.
Yes, I know women. Listen, I know women right now that are in therapy right now never. I know a woman that's married. Her husband never took her on a date ever in her day life. They just never went on a date, never went out to eat, never got flowers. They married. They've been married for over 10 years and
But
never
she
was
married
treated.
him, though. She still
No courting ever. That never happened.
That's her fault.
But see, this is why I choose not to condemn nor condone when I talk about these topics. I think it's better for us to enlighten and edify than condemn and condone. Because although it's hard for me to like realize what has happened in your life, that you made it to this age and you've never been on a date, but
Never
you
been on
got
a date.
children
Yep.
and you've been having sex and all of these things. I still want to know what you've been through that allowed you to accept such treatment, because something had to happen in order for it to get blurry for you.
Man,
It's not her fault. It's because her man don't know how to love. He's incapable.
Oh, no. No, it got to be some accountability there. But you also, if you ain't paying attention to you and all you paying attention to is what men are doing, then you won't see you won't see how that was even allowed to be invited into your life. You know what I mean? Like you won't even see where you went wrong. Not to say that he wasn't wrong, but you got to hold some weight on that too. This is why when relationships go left, it don't even make no sense to really even talk about it, because more than likely both people played a part.
Right.
Exactly.
Now,
And
that's
see,
true. Now that's real.
This is where I part ways with Princella on her teaching, because, like I said, I understand that men love differently, but they are capable of love. Now, love may come back to them a little bit harder, but that's because, like anything, it has to be earned. The same way, like women, we want men to love us, to protect us, and do all of this stuff for us. Every man is not going to do that for every woman. The same way every woman is not going to submit to every man. It has to be earned. And people are running around here wanting things, but they don't want to do anything to earn it.
But see, my thing is, I just read one of the comments and I kind of want to speak on that because I think that's very dangerous.
Okay.
The lady that was just up here, she said something about people take this space serious. We should, especially if we getting up here speaking, because we don't know who listening to us. We don't know if it's young adults, which is who I care about. Because, you'll find out that it's a lot of young people that's listening to you. When you talking about relationships, these people be 18, 19 years old, ain't even got their ears wet yet, and be listening to you, and you up there talking about men that are incapable of love. And then they just taking it in with no experience, not knowing the nuances or the context. And then you done created a whole monster. So yeah, this is why all of us up here, we've been in the space for a little minute. We've seen casualties. Yep. We've heard about things that have happened in the manosphere and in the space of women. You know what I mean? So I do think when we get up here and we speak on these live streams, this should not be entertainment, especially when we talking about things that affect people's lives. I understand for other people it's entertainment, but if you have any, like D. Durrell said, a higher level of consciousness, you're going to at one point differentiate serious streams from lighthearted fun streams.
Right. I agree. What's up, brother? Speak.
Hey, what's up, D. Durrell? Hey, Faith.
What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, I see Priscilla again. Got people out here talking. I just think there's a lot of people who want somebody to give them a map of their life. They're not trying to seek that higher learning of trying to figure it out on their own. Okay. They want it simply. They want that road given to them. They don't want to work for it and try to figure it out on their own. They just want to, hey, here's Kevin Samuels. This is how you deal with a woman. Here it is right here. And go do it. Or you got the Priscilla. Hey, these men don't love, so you got to deal with them accordingly. Got to treat them as penis and money. Go right ahead. But nobody really thinks about, okay, why this person thinks like this, why this person is like that, and how does this affect me as a person? Because there's some people who can treat chicks like a sex thing and treat men like they penis and money, but then there's some people who can't do that. It hurts them to even do that, but they don't know themselves enough to even understand that. So they following all this advice and they're not thinking for themselves, how does this affect you as a person, who you are as a person? Can you even do some of this stuff? And then they get all twisted and lost, and then and then they're defending people without truly understanding themselves. It's just it feels good, and I don't want this feeling to go away. I don't want you, D. Durrell, or Faye, the Woman Sphere, or Raw B, or these guys in the Manosphere. I don't want you to take that away from me. I don't want these women to take away these men making me feel good that it's the women's fault. It's not the men's fault, not themselves. It's these women's fault. If only these women would submit and stuff. I don't want you to take that feeling from me. So I'm gonna fight this tooth and nail. And anybody who's not on that, I'm a blind soldier and I can actually think for myself and be like, hey, no, some of this stuff ain't what you really talking about. You're gonna be immediately attacked. And also to Womansphere's point about the women keep talking about their issues. It's not that men ain't listening; they are. But here's the problem.
She said they listening.
the ones that really care are listening, and they already gonna change their ways to a degree to fit what you need them to do. The ones that don't care, they're not gonna do it anyway. They're attacking them. And what is going on also is that these women are attacking every guy, even the guy who is on their side. They attack them because maybe there's some point they don't agree. Maybe this, and you can't agree with everything because that would be against your own self. As a man, I can't agree with everything what a woman says because that some of that will be against me as a man, and vice versa. But if you show that, now you see them as the enemy, and eventually they do become the enemy. But what ultimately happens, the ones that they don't feel like attacking, they ain't gonna attack you. They're not gonna cuss you out and all kinds of stuff. They're just gonna leave you where you are, and then whatever happens, Captain.
Right. So, Woman, I got a question for you. Like, I'm pretty sure you've done some consultations with women who kind of were in the same situation that some of her subscribers are. Like, how did you deal with women who were kind of lost in these toxic relationships?
I did a lot of consultations. Actually, last year I stopped doing them because it was stopped doing them because it was too taxing on my mental health. It was too much for me. I won't share too much about it, but before I did consultations, what I would do, because I had a lot of women reaching out to me in different circumstances, and it was like a lot of it was financial, what I used to do behind the scenes, like helping out single mothers and buying groceries and stuff like that and paying rent. I would do stuff like that. And then I started doing consultations just off of how to basically focus on yourself. And man, it was so difficult. It was difficult. It was never a solution in sight. And because I ain't no professional, I knew that I was probably doing a disservice, which is why I stopped. You know what I mean? Yeah. I found some resources in each state of some of these consultations that I was doing where it was kind of like extreme circumstances and I felt like they needed to seek professional help. But I'm going to just say that one of the primary things I noticed about women is the inability to accept the truth. And it was also not just a lesson I learned about the collective of women from being in this space, because I already was, before I even came to this space, like I said, I was an advocate for women's rights for over 20 years.
Yeah, right.
So
right.
I was already very rooted in all of that. I didn't need to learn that from anybody in any space. But what I did learn was that women like to be lied to and women like to be manipulated. The truth can often be too much for them to handle. And not only was that for them, but for me, because what I was lying to myself about was the collective of women. I was lying to myself about that.
Girl,
You know what I mean?
It sounds like you got burned out. You sound like they burnt you out.
Oh, they tore me inside out. They tore me inside out. That's why I started promoting the professionals. This is why I was like, I threw you the torch, D. Darrell. I was like, you need to start a channel or something, or do something where you because I'm telling you, it needs to be a professional.
Already on YouTube, but I did want to say this. I was so happy when you came out of that, because that's what I kept trying to tell you early on. Not only do women not want to, we can't handle the truth. And we like to be manipulated, but we're also manipulators.
Yes.
And I've dealt with women here in Arizona. When I first got here, I started becoming active in a group called Black Women of Arizona. And there were so many Black women moving out here from many different states, women going into the groups, and every time there's always this sob story. Oh, I'm homeless, I don't have no money, this, that, and the other. And let me tell you something about Arizona. Arizona got resources.
Mm-hmm.
They help women, especially women with children. So these women be coming up in there talking about they homeless and they got this kid, when I know that there are a bunch of different resources out here that would immediately put a woman with a child in housing. But you coming over there to us, asking us to give you money. See, they don't want the housing. They want the money.
Yeah.
And this is what I've been saying to people. When these people come on YouTube, they talking about they want to go fund me, talking about they homeless. And I'm like, hold on a second.
Cynthia G.
Hold on a second. All these resources out here for us as women. And I'm a woman. I know about these resources. I've used these resources myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I've never come to anybody, on my knees begging for anything. I'm not saying it'll never happen, but I never had to, because there were always resources to help me and my children.
Mm-hmm.
So when I see women coming up here talking about the sob story, and I ain't got nothing and I don't know what to do, I look at them and say, how long you been on drugs?
Damn, Faith, that was deep.
Come on and just tell me the truth right now. Because if I find out later and I sit up here and I get all these people to rally up this money for your dumb ass, and I find out that you've been on these drugs or you're over here finessing, I will personally put my foot up your ass.
Hey, Faith, okay.
You know what?
You took that personal.
No, because when you really trying to help women, you will learn the difference between how I was doing it on YouTube. I was trying to be like a savior. I was coming in with my cape, like, here I am to save the day. Like, I got you, girl. But when I advocate, I'm advocating for organizations, movements. You know what I mean? Like, it's like I put in my time, I put in my hours. They hit me up. Hey, Angela, we need you here for this. Can you speak here? Oh, yeah, sure. And that's my way. It ain't too personal. When you get personal, see, this is what I'm saying. It's real easy to find your liberation in some man's ball sack. You know what I mean? It's real easy to find your liberation there. But see, when you start telling women that it's consequences, I don't know why women don't understand that it is consequences behind being a feminist. It's consequences behind being a womanist. It's consequences behind being a woman that leads with her gender. Like you lead, men ain't trying to really hear all that. It got to be a very centered type of dude to be listening to that, because some men will run clean away from you if they think you got too much liberation. So when you see women saying one thing, but then in the background they doing the other thing, that's what irritates me. That is very irritating to me, because I know that you aren't really applying anything. Like, you aren't applying what you're saying. You don't even really believe it. This is why I started calling them black male bangers and not BWE. Because black women empowerment is something completely different. It's going to make you focus on yourself. And if you look up black women empowerment online right now, it ain't even got nothing to do with these people over here. I would tell you that. But I'm going to just say this. Black male bangers are going to find a liberation by decentering men, because that's the only thing they focused on. That's the only thing they put their whole mind into.
It sounds like the manosphere, all about
exactly
the same exact thing. You know,
I will say this. Now, I don't have a problem with Prince Stella's message of telling women to focus on themselves and decenter men. Some of these women do need to decenter men. Some of them do have too much peanut whacker juice on the brain. Some of them do need to hear that.
Yeah,
so I
agree.
don't have a problem with that at all. But my
thing is,
it's no accountability.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they don't ever look at themselves as the problem. You would think that these men is kicking in their back door when they letting them in through the front door. You know what I mean? So
they dragging a man through the front door,
kicking and screaming.
Yeah, like they're doing everything they can to get these men back, or either get these men back or get back at them. And what's even worse is that they don't even account of the good men. And matter of fact, I heard a woman say that we need to punish the good men because of the bad men. And I'm like, what kind of, you want to make enemy of all men? What are we doing here? And that's where I'd be like, listen,
but the truth of the matter is, some women have not ever been loved. I'm telling you, I done sat for some of the conversations. They ain't been loved, and it's gonna be like, you're gonna look in your mind and you're gonna try and figure out. But see, this is where abuse comes in.
Right.
And this is it's typically women who have been abused. So the way that they are processing is completely different. This is why I say I ain't gonna say I'm gonna just speak for myself. I'm gonna say this is why I choose not to come in at the Sexy Reds and the Sukianas and all of that. I choose not to do that because I know it's coming from somewhere. You know what I mean? And I think because there's a dogpiling effect of Black women in general when in anything they do in relationships, anything. Look at the whole Cheesecake Factory incident. You know what I mean? Where that was a whole skit, and I'm sick of these skits. I'm sick of these online ritual set up events against Black women, and then people get up here and they dig all into these people's background and all this type of stuff. But the Black women that are participating in these skits are just, I'm sick of it. You know, it's just, it needs to stop. Like, it literally needs to stop. But it's the whole processing behind it. It leads back to the stereotype. So even if women have been traumatized and they're acting out, is what I like to call it. They're acting out. They have egregious behavior. Like, they just out here like, listen, I'm living. I don't care. I don't care about these dudes. I'm going da-da-da-da-da. Because believe it or not, every woman or man goes through somewhat that process at some point in their life where they just living. They YOLO. They out here and they just living. Some people extend that lifespan a little bit longer than what they need to. But see, this is what I'm saying about the whole movement of the Princellas and everything. And even myself when I was doing it, which is why I curvetail, because it's a time for that. It's not a lifestyle though. You know what I mean? We ain't city girls for life. You know what I mean? There's an evolution of a woman, just like there's an evolution of a man. And this is why when you don't condemn and condone, you just edify and enlighten and let them know, like, listen, yeah, you could be a city girl. You know what I mean? It's all good. I ain't tripping, but it is consequences though. You know what I mean? Like it is consequences when you out here as a man just raw dog, and guess what comes from that? Babies. You know what I mean? And guess what comes with the babies? Like if you ain't in the house with the babies, then that means she gonna get a new dude, and this new dude may be a whole terror. Like you don't know what may occur. So it's consequences. It ain't to condemn and condone. It's just to enlighten and to edify. But this is the problem of making traumatic experience into a lifestyle. We don't do that. You grow from the experience and you realize, and then you carry on and you use the experience to share. You know what I mean? But what's happening in this gender war stuff is people have taken traumatic experience and made it, like you said, a fact. And that's a little dangerous. And who I'm primarily worried about is the youth. That's what I'm worried about.
Well, there was something that Bro Speak said earlier, and I wanted to kind of piggyback off of that, but you were saying something about how people sit up here and they listen to these talking heads online, and they don't understand is that those people's experience is not going to be their experience. The same thing that Dee Darrell said earlier. Everybody is not going to get the same outcome listening to how somebody else did something. I hear a lot of people praising Shera 7, and Princella kind of praised Shera 7 too. As a matter of fact, she said she said she likes Shera 7, and that's another way where she's losing me a lot with a lot of stuff. But I do like there are some things about Princella I like, but there's a lot that I don't like. Now, Shera 7 goes in telling women, how to level up and do this and do that, but she's going by her experience as to what worked with her with the particular man that she's with. And see, this is where everything goes wrong. Every man is not Shera 7's man, and every woman is not Shera 7. So basically, what works for Shera 7 is not going to work for Woman Sphere or me or, Chrissy or Cynthia. You know what I'm saying? We're all different women. And the man that we're with is not Shera 7 man. Now, I saw Shera 7 man, and I know exactly why he's henpecked like he is. He's not a very attractive looking man at all. He looks hideous.
Damn.
And so I'm sitting up here looking at her, telling these women to do what I do to get my man. Your man is just happy that you even look twice at him. And so he's going to bend over backwards to do whatever for you. And that is your situation, but that's not every woman's situation. And I hate her because she's not being honest with women about that. But I'm sorry. I mean, hate is a strong word. I dislike how she is misleading people.
And usually with those type of women, I know how that ends. Unfortunately, they get played eventually. And see, and like I said again, some of these dudes are not going to just rage out, do something to you. They just gonna leave you in a situation where you in some deep trouble, and you're gonna need some actual help. I saw that with a coworker. She was she thought she had him under control until he got tired of it. He didn't argue with her. He didn't fight with her. He didn't do anything violent. He just left her where she was. And there was not, and she was stuck. And she wanted to do violence against him. But her friend had to stop her and say, no, you're going to lose your career and you're going to go to jail. That ain't the move. But she had to grin and bear that. And I think that's where when I hear these talking points of Priscilla and the Sheras and stuff like that, yeah, that's cool if you know the type of dudes that's going to allow you to do that. But you're going to run into the wrong one, and you might be thinking that you got them, but there are a lot of dudes who will play a fool to catch a fool.
That's right.
It's especially tricks. They play a fool a lot. They don't have no problem because look, I got the money. But when it's time for them to go, they'll go and cut you off quickly.
What they call that, country dumb, when they just play silly?
Country dumb. I ain't hear that in a long time.
Yeah, they do. They act like they ain't got no earthly sense. They be setting your butt up.
send you for failure until it's time to go, or they find something better. That's what happened with my coworker. He found somebody younger that he can control to a degree, and he left her high and dry, and cost her a ton of money on top of it.
Ooh. But look how many relationships we've seen, like just in the space, the talking points done got to people's whole marriages, and they just done fell all apart. Like, that's why I be saying, like, people that think this is entertainment, it makes me think, like, what's on your mind for real? Like, how you think this is entertainment? It's people's whole lives being ruined behind this stuff.
Right.
Like,
Did y'all hear about the Obsidian situation?
What?
Well,
they found out about it. They researched his wife, his girlfriend found out she was a whole feminist, and all the stuff he claimed he didn't like in black women. She was everything. He lied about everything.
Wow.
I already knew she was a single mother.
She was big time feminist, all kind of extremist type stuff she was in. Totally different than what you expect him to date. Totally different.
So it wasn't just about that prom. It was about current circumstances.
Oh, definitely. She represented everything he claimed he didn't like online.
Yeah, but
and then she had the website. She got a website with all kind of stuff with all kind of things that she does. She does some outreach stuff. She had this some kind of club organization she was doing for women. And she had a laundry list of stuff she was doing. You wouldn't have, they would have never thought he was with a woman like that.
So wait a minute. What was it, Miss Brown?
Yeah, Miss Brown Sugar Baby. They found out her real name. It was Takesha something, whatever. Forgot,
I tell you, niggas ain't shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
She was into all kind of stuff.
She sounds like a Keisha. She's a Keisha. But again, I'm not even surprised. He's talked to feminists. He's talked to women that really a guy in his position as quote unquote leader of the manosphere shouldn't even be associating with. That's his MO. He don't care. He even said it. He's here for the money. He don't care. Whatever he got to do to get the money, that's what he gonna do. So, I'm not surprised.
May said Princella threw subtle shade at Shira 7. Listen again. Okay, well, if she threw shade at Shira, that maybe she didn't mean what she said. Because I was like, wait a minute, you praising some Shira 7? I got some issues with you. Because I know anybody that's about BWE, they are not praising no goddamn Shira 7.
Man, Shira 7 need to stop lying. And to me, she need to just quit telling these women they can get the look. Is there women who are able to do that? Yes, but she giving these women all these, like every man just waiting for the taking to be just getting money like that. She need to stop with that. That shit is not. That outcome is not going to happen for the average woman. I'm sorry. Some women are better than others. Right. But if you think you just can go around demanding a brand new car from every man and all this stuff, I need this, that's just not going to happen.
I see women who are just straight dime pieces that was shit all over. Shira 7, hell, even Six the Goddess and Danica Marie, they shit all over those women. And they out here struggling.
Yeah, that's facts. Some women, to me, a lot of people, and I'm going to say this, I know women that wasn't that attractive that was getting the money like that. They just knew how to pick certain men and manipulate. To me, it's more about who you can pick, how you know how to find and manipulate outside of how you look.
Right.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you think that if that man woke up tomorrow and said, you know what, I'm through with this bitch, and kicked her to the curb, do you think Shira 7 would be able to pick up another dude like that?
Hell no. Not now.
Not like him, but she'll find somebody.
Oh yeah, she'll be able to find not because she been with him for a long time.
Yeah.
She been with him for a long time, and see,
I'm gonna say hell no. She's not gonna be able to.
You don't think she can do it? Damn.
Period.
Definitely not like him.
No, because I listened to her talk. She is not the brightest bulb in the book, and there are guys out here that will take her and they will run rings around her. Her talking points are old and antiquated, and she's leading these girls into a burning building.
Yeah, it's the old sugar baby thing. But here's the thing with sugar baby and stuff like, and escorting also. Most women, in order for you to be successful like that, you have to provide the experience that the man wanna continuously come back to. Most of these women are not going to be able to do it for men they're not attracted to. The men they're attracted to, yeah, they can do that easily. But for the ones they're not attracted to, that takes a certain type of mindset to do that, and the average woman is not going to be able to do that. They don't.
I mean, I'm gonna say this, man. People that I've known that dab into that sugar baby, sugar daddy stuff. I mean, the most I've seen with that situation is like 2 years. Yeah. And that's the long term. I've never seen someone be in that type of, like, for 5, 10, 15. You know, I've seen maybe 1 or 2 years, and after that, the guy leaves and he finds something else. You know, it's really not. It's good to me. I could see college students doing that. You know, like you just want somebody that I don't have to work while I'm in college. I can have a benefactor.
Yeah, that's short term.
Yeah, it's short term. But if you're trying to get a bag for the next 10, 15 years, I'm sorry. You might as well just get married to somebody that got money. You better off getting married to somebody that got money than trying to be a sugar baby for a long time. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, people keep saying Shera 7 invested in these businesses and stuff like that. What kills me is that when the goose that lays the golden egg finally dies, we'll find out who got what for real.
Yeah, that happened to somebody. Remember somebody had a benefactor that died, and she was out stranded.
She was out here stranded and begging. These women sit up here and talk about they invest in their man's money. They got these businesses. They lie to you to make it seem like it's all good, and they're so smart and they're so savvy. But they are depending on you to be dumb and believe every word that proceeds from their mouth. I don't believe anything. I don't believe that Shera 7 is even smart enough to run a business, and she owns YouTube too damn much to be running a goddamn business.
Yeah, but
so
see,
I'm a businesswoman. I can't be on here every day.
Right. Facts. I'm gonna say this with Shera. She did an ultimate grip that nobody talk about, because when she first came on YouTube, she was doing the dollar store discount couponing and shit. So how you go from doing the dollar store couponing to now I'm getting the bag from every man that come my way? You know, that didn't.
But her tell is she always had it like that now.
Nah, she was literally, and I don't know if people lie, because I had looked at her old content from like back in 2010, 2011. Man, she been on YouTube a long time, and she was literally in like this little room with a whole bunch of going to like the Dollar Tree, and you can save all this money on this and that. That was her content.
That was her content. I remember.
And then she flipped it.
You know, these women want to see. Look at me. Oh, Shera sell makeup and spiritual products. Yeah, them goddamn stanky ass candles. Yeah, you know. Look,
come on, fake you. You're raw for her.
Gee, man.
I'm just saying, like, people need to come up off of the goddamn dream boat. I mean, people are sitting up here believing every word these people are saying. But then when the smoke clears, and like I said, that goose that laid the golden egg goes away, you'll find out exactly what the grift really was.
So I want to ask you this. Did you all, I remember with Shera, to me, the thing that made me just stop, because I used to watch her every now and then just to see what she'd talk about. But do y'all remember she did a interview with Mediocre Tutorials and Reviews? Did y'all see that?
No.
No, I
Oh man, y'all should have saw this because he actually interviewed and talked to the guy, the quote unquote Mr. Whoever he is, and MTR started asking him questions, and the man left, and then she was like, "Come back, daddy, come back, daddy." It was funny because the dude started MTR started asking him about how he spent his money, and the guy felt uncomfortable about it, and then she wanted him to go through with the interview, but he left, and then she was like, come back, come on, it was just funny, man, because because MTR kind of got personal with him, and he felt uncomfortable talking about like the money he spent on her, and he do this and do that.
Yeah,
Somebody told me the guy she was with didn't even make that much money. They said he didn't even make $100,000. They said he wasn't even that rich. They said he made less than $100,000. Allegedly, I don't know, but there were people with different, stories about him.
I'm going back to her. May, I'm not saying that the websites are not real. What I'm saying is anybody can have a website. Like the young lady that D Durrell is referencing. She sold products on her website too, and she had a really nice website, but it wasn't making money. Wasn't nobody buying this shit. I'm just gonna be honest. A pretty website, nobody buying this shit.
Damn.
Yeah, dang. But that's
I
how
didn't even know she had a website.
YouTube is their business, though. That's their business. YouTube.
I mean, was it quality stuff or it was junk?
No, I mean, I've been to Shira Seven's website that she's referencing. It looked like nice stuff, but I ain't want that shit. I didn't want it.
Damn. Damn man, she was telling women, man, like I'm sorry, man. Like I'm not saying men. A lot of men with money don't mind spending money on somebody they want. And I've seen men spend exorbitant. I mean, shit. I mean, with my, woman that I consider myself generous, but I've seen men spend exorbitant amount of money on women, but what I have not seen is men right off the top spending all this money on somebody they don't really know, like from the jump. And she give this story like you can just meet this guy in 1 week, you get in a house, a car, and you can, like men ain't doing that. Like I could see down the line you getting things, as things develop, but you're not getting this shit off the rip for most men. You know what I'm saying? And she sell this dream that you can just meet this person and you getting all these different gifts all of a sudden, just showering you with gifts from the start. And that's just not usually how it happens.
No, if he's doing that off the rip, that's a problem right there. I mean, I no man just buying you gifts and stuff like that. They don't know you like that. Yeah, he trying to set you up. That's just been my opinion. I mean, but again, I mean, she knew how to pick a dude, and I've had coworkers tell me how some of these women at my job was taking them to the cleaners, but I talked to them like none of that even came up. So I think it's just you gotta know who you picking, and not everybody going. And again, yeah, you might pick them, but they just buying their time until they find something better. I mean, it's just.
Well, see, like what Woman Sphere said when she was up here is so true. And I'm looking at the women in the chat room. I am a Princella supporter, actually. I do defend Princella, but at the same time, I'm not going to defend nonsense. And I am not a blind supporter. And
right.
See, there's a difference between supporting somebody and then blindly supporting the person. I understand that women need multiple streams of income. I'm a woman with multiple streams of income. But I have multiple streams of lucrative income, shit that people actually want. services that people actually use. That's what I offer. That shit that she was 7'7". I'm sorry.
I ain't never heard you talk like this about it. I'm tripping off you.
I'm sorry, but I mean, and this is when, you know, I've been kind of, you know, cooling it on women and being, you know, kind of, you know, how can I say, handling our feelings with kid gloves. But when we start talking about the idols, the Cynthia G's, she's an idol. When you start talking about the idols and you start saying what you really, really think about the idols, it's like, oh my God, blasphemy. It's not true. My idol, you know, no, your idol ain't shit. Okay. She got pushed off of YouTube because of hate speech. Your idol did wrong, and now the chickens have come home to roost. She was 7, you know, she found some ugly ass dude in her youth when she was young, which she should have done, you know. And, you know, dude was like, you know, hey, this is the last train leaving. I'm going to hop on this. And she said the same thing. And they've been together ever since. That's their story. And your idol is sitting up here trying to make her story be
sprinkle.
Your story. But it's not. It really isn't.
Sprinkle.
and then these defenders go against people because, hey, I disagree with this thing. I disagree with that. And then they go after the people that were on their side. And now they turn into their enemies. I saw that thing with Rob B and Priscilla.
Man, that was crazy.
It's not even really Priscilla. It's her followers.
Right.
And so Rob B's like, okay, you want to play? I'll play. So
because Rob B was really respectful with her, just asking basic questions, and then she, and I ain't gonna lie, she did kind of get dismissive with Rob B, but it was really the people in the chat. But that's how they did Concrete Rose, and it was the people in the chat that was the one they tore that damn chat. And not too many times you see women in a manosphere space tear the chat up. Man, they ate that chat up. That last go round when she was on there, man, those women in there, they was disrespecting everybody.
They've done it with We're on Lock. They done and that's why I was saying to the guys on some of the panels, I said, why are y'all trying to talk to this woman? Her mind is made up, and those women minds are made up. It's over. You cannot reach them. They done. So now the only thing you need to do is worry about the women that wants to be with you, and let them be where they're gonna be. They done.
I agree, bro. Spreaky. That's the reason why I said with my better class of women, I said, you know what? It's time to draw the line in the sand, or find your own tribe, so to speak. Because I'm done. I'm not trying to convince these women anymore. Because the more I talk to them, the crazier I get.
And like I said in the chat, it's like they are doing what the men doing for Kevin Samuels. It's the same thing.
And they won't let him rest in peace.
No, they will not. It's like you say anything negative about Kevin, all of a sudden, oh, you a hater. Oh, you all. I'm like, dude, Kevin ain't your guy. Kevin wasn't a godfather. He faked it till he made it, and he died before he can really make it.
Yeah, right? You know what? That was actually sad to me, though.
That was sad. That was very sad.
Like, I ain't gonna even hold you. Like, that was sad to me. I'm like, dang, because when you think about the men of the space that really be chewing women up and spitting them out, Kevin wasn't even that bad. I swear Kevin wasn't that bad. When you really put proper perspective on Kevin was saying his opinion like everybody else. And women were just very triggered by it. But when I think about,
he had a stream where he was actually trying to convince women not to listen to their children. If the child
I saw that stream
and say, hey, I think this guy is touching on me. He was just disgusting.
I saw that stream, and I thought that stream was disgusting.
He knew how to articulate himself in such a way that he wasn't as offensive as the rest of them.
As offensive, that's
like the rest of them.
But I also never heard him talk about unaliving women on streams. I heard some of the worst stuff, y'all.
Domestic discipline, which is
domestic discipline is different than just saying I'm gonna unalive you.
Yeah, it is different than killing. It's going to one extreme to the other, but he was just as bad. I've seen,
and I have received worse. So maybe you just didn't receive that faith. But I had men talking about killing my sons. I had men talking about blowing my brains out on sight, all types of stuff. So maybe you never received that type of response.
I have received all of it. And I'm telling you.
So that's why I looked at Kevin like, you light work, whatever, dude. Like
Samuels as well. And
I mean, I thought he was.
Even though he may not say he won't unalive you, he won't say that shit because he's too smart to say that online.
Okay, well, I would rather him be too smart.
If he'll sit up there and try to tell women to ignore their child when their child is telling them that, hey, this person might have touched on me, you don't think that man won't kill? That he won't steal?
I didn't say that because I'm not defending him. You're pushing me into an area of saying I'm defending him. Well, I'm saying
defending him, but I'm just saying you said that he wasn't as bad.
He wasn't as bad as what I've received.
Like those other guys.
I'm talking about what I'm talking about what I've received. And what I think people had an issue with, just like they got an issue with Princella, is the reach. You know what I mean? When a person is smaller and they ain't got that reach, people don't be just as bothered. But when a person is larger and they got that reach, that's what people tend to respond to more, the popularity, the reach. But when it's smaller content creators doing the same, people don't really respond to it. And this is why Kevin Samuels never really bothered me like that, because I was receiving real live death threats from people without even a face. Didn't know where they was at. Didn't know what, you know what I mean? Like that's what I was receiving. So for me, I was not concerned about his average at best. I was not concerned about his manipulation. I viewed it to be problematic. I viewed him to be just as problematic as a lot of the men in the manosphere, the majority of the men of the manosphere, as problematic. Exactly. I'm not saying that. We're actually saying the same thing. What I'm saying is men coming on my channel to tell me they're going to put a bullet hole in my son's head. That was more of my focus for me. Me. You know what I mean? Because I'm not climbing up. I'm not climbing up on Kevin's show. And I wasn't. Can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I'm saying?
The coverts that you need to watch out for.
No, but can I finish? I understand what you're saying, Faith, but you're not allowing me to finish.
Yeah, I know, woman.
But you're cutting me off.
You're going on and on.
No, I'm not going on and on. You didn't never let me finish. We kept interrupting.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna let you finish. DeDarrell, thank you so much for having me up. I appreciate speaking with you, Bro Speak, and you too, Woman Sphere. And I'm gonna let you have the flow.
Okay. So anyway, what I was saying was, it's a lot of the reach that bothers people, because it's people that are saying the same thing that Princella is saying, but they don't have a reach. Then it's her influence is what impacts.
Yeah,
so
she has a big influence.
Yes. So Kevin Samuels, his influence impact. This is why it bothered so many people. And it bothered people that he delivered his message in a way of, like Faith just said, he wasn't up there screaming, shouting, doing any of that. He was just telling you what he thought. But see, so many people tell you what they think, and it sounds crazy. So at the end of the day, just like I said about Princella, she got her opinion, just like everybody else got their opinion up here. It's about who you decide to support. It's about you. And if they got large groups of people supporting them, that says much more about the people than the minds of the people that are leading them.
Yeah,
right. That is true.
I definitely agree with that.
The support and the reach does matter, especially now since you know, Cynthia ain't on the line. She like the top dog for that that era now, you know. For that area, that particular
it's her
genre.
lane. She came at the right time.
Yeah,
Right.
you know they got people claim that she responsible for a child bitch.
And
No,
you know
I don't
what?
think she did that. I
I don't
think
think she did either, but you know how people, these conspiracy theorists, they say they said the timing is very suspicious. One one rise and then the other one fall. You know that was very suspicious timing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now I'm gonna say this because I know you dealt with Cynthia G. I'm not understanding why Cynthia G didn't have other streams of income on, or maybe I don't know if she do, but for her to have this GoFundMe and all that stuff, she should have made, to me, more money on YouTube than what she did, than what she had made.
Yeah, I'm actually not aware of like her income. I really don't even want to speak about her, to be honest.
Okay.
Like,
I've now been that we kind of meshed them together, but I was just wondering because I'm like, well, I'm not gonna speak on it, but I was just thinking about. I thought like maybe books, merch, stuff like whatever. I mean,
yeah,
but
because it's a lot, and I think that's the lane for a lot of people now. Like, and this is what people are identifying as scholars now because they writing books. They, you know what I mean. And then there's people like you that's gonna come on the back end and critique those books. You know what I mean?
Damn right.
Like how Mahogany was critiquing the grammar. You know what I mean? It's going to be people that come in and look at it from a more educated position, and I think that's just as welcoming as the people who are going to read it and then enjoy it. You know what I mean? This is why I said, like, when I was speaking about Kevin, I wasn't as bothered by Kevin as a lot of women were.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Because women were calling into his show.
Yeah.
Right. And
He wasn't going
what
looking
Faith,
for these women. He wasn't going to look. Just like all the women that went on the manosphere that still complain about the manosphere to this day. I'm talking about to this day.
they still
And
over
they
there.
was calling into them shows, going up on them panels, and these same women still do it today wherever they can catch a manosphere dude. They right up there like little chihuahuas arguing at these men. And in my mind, I'm always thinking, why do you enjoy this? Why aren't you avoiding what you dislike? Why are you merging head on into it?
Yeah, I've said that on a different panel when they were complaining about the manosphere and Kevin. I said, okay, you've talked about it. You roasted him. You done all these things. Now what?
Right.
And but there's no answer to that.
There's never an answer.
Because the only answer that the other answer you're gonna have is you're gonna go do something to them, and I know they're not gonna do that because one, you're gonna put yourself, your financial and your own personal safety at risk trying to find this person because you don't know who this person is. You might think that they weak because they talk about women or they talk about men, but you don't know what they got at their home, or you don't know what these people really are in real life. And again, and also, if you do something, you go to jail. Who's going to pay for your bail? Who's going to take care of your family while you in jail, sitting in jail? And how you think your family going to feel because you went over there to attack a person because of what they said? You think your family going to be real cool with that? No. And that's why I left it there. It's like, if you really wanted to counter what these people are doing, then your best bet would be to get to the youth and get to them. Actually, boots on the ground, actually going to these people and actually talking to these people so they know how to deal with men and women and how to deal with society as a whole. But these people don't want to do that. They just want to get on here, spew their stuff about the manosphere, spew this stuff about Priscilla and the sisterhood, whatever you call it. But they're not really going to do anything past that because they know they don't really care like that. It's all a money grab and a fame grab. That's all it is.
Yeah. And I also think too, what we think, somebody used to say, I think it was BGS. I think he used to say the meat and the bones or whatever he used to say about, taking from certain conversations. And I think that's very prevalent in how you engage or consume content. You know what I mean?
Right.
Learning to take and throw away what doesn't matter. So while I may not find a lot of enlightenment in the BWE content on YouTube because I'm actually doing it in real time and I'm way ahead of the curve of, certain issues that are aligning politically for women, like that trickle down into these everyday circumstances and conversations. So for me, a lot of the conversations that I brought up didn't hit until 2 years later. I was being cussed out for a lot of my talking points when I first came to the space because I was actually doing it in real time. So for me, I think that taking the meat and bones is really just the focal point of how you should view it. You know what I mean? Because some women are going to hear Princella and be enlightened. Somebody has never told them that you shouldn't put anybody before yourself. Because see, that's what essentially that is, right? Because they tell us that as children when we're being raised. Our parents tell us, don't put nobody before you. You don't let nobody run over you. They don't specify men or women.
Right.
They just tell you not to be taken advantage of. So essentially, what we got to understand is some people may have not heard that for whatever reason, and it will blow your mind to not understand. But I don't think we should allow the blowing of the mind to forget that, for us to forget that people live different lives than us. It's so many different lives being lived and they ain't all ours. So when you said the blueprint of like your life, you can't make it everybody else's life.
Right.
That's what I resonated with. I'm like, that is why professionals, right? Like yourself, that have the education, that have the stats, the statistics, the data, all of that, doing the work, your opinion matters more than most because you're engulfed in it every single day.
Every day. And you want to tell me about the women this and women, you know how many women I've treated like from all races, all cultures, countries. I'm like, no, I couldn't accept some of the stuff. And I ain't gonna lie, I was a bit aggressive towards May, but I'm sorry, like it just don't apply in the clinicals in what in me helping women, period. That stuff, you can't bring that into a clinical setting saying that kind of stuff. Is just not going to help. And I'm, and I know I was a bit, but it was a bit frustrating because I've seen this too many times to not. I'm not going to sit here. I can't afford to give bad information. You know what I'm saying? I can be held accountable for giving bad information. Unlike people can get up here and say what they want, they don't have no recourse. I can potentially have recourse for giving out false information or inaccurate stuff or something that could be detrimental to the public. So when I say stuff, I'm not going to say something I don't know what I'm talking about, So I'm just saying, man, like you can't just go by. This is not a one size fits all situation. Every woman is different. Every woman have different circumstances, different background. The way you react to things, the way you view things is different. So the way you see stuff is not going to be, it may not work for the other female down the street. It's different. We got to be able to accept that.
For me as an advocate, it was different. When I come in this space and you talking about a single mom and why she don't deserve help because she lied on her baby daddy, that ain't what we doing in the shelters. That
Sure
ain't
not.
we not asking them if they lied on their baby daddy. We want to know how many kids, where we can place them in housing, what we can do for them for clothing, for food, what is going to be the transitional phase. We want to get them from in a shelter into transitional housing, and then we want to get them to permanent housing. So it ain't about your baby daddy and what y'all was like with each other. It ain't about none of that.
It's
It
about the
ain't
current situation we're trying to get you out of.
and the providing of resources and what's available. Like, we're trying to help you in your state, not in, what you did last year or the year before, or whether you hit him or he hit you, or it really isn't the circumstance. So it was kind of hard for me to explain to women the baseline of advocacy and empowerment is humanity. Seeing somebody's humanity. That is the baseline of it. If you can't see that, then you ain't gonna get far with building people up, because you're gonna get real nitpicky. And in organizations and movements, we do not do that.
No, can't.
Nobody would receive help. Nobody would if we did that. We'd be still on paperwork.
Shit. You're right about that. That's facts.
You would get very judgmental, and you'll be sabotaging a lot of people if you.
But it's another thing. Oh, go ahead, brother. Speak. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying that if you, especially if you're trying to help people, like even where I work, we can't take too much in what they've done outside into consideration, because we got to treat them all the same. That's just how it is. We have to. Otherwise, we'll be treating one better than the other, one worse than the other, and it causes chaos. And if you're gonna help people, you gotta, I don't know, you gotta look at, like Womansfield said, you gotta look at the situation as it is.
As a human, you got to look at their humanity. That's
right.
That's what you can't look at. Y'all, that's just not how it works. So that's how I see things. So when I see certain stuff on here, this is why I started advocating, like when I moved away from a lot of it, for people to seek the professionals in the space, because I realized the need of it. The need, like Black women need it.
Yeah.
They need to seek a healthy balance. They don't need to be listening to. It's been so many men that have come in this space and misled them, because they are seeking. They are seeking. And that's one thing I didn't think they were seeking at first. I thought that they were seeking to be liberated and to come into themselves as women. And I learned something different. So when I learned something different, I didn't remove my care and concern. I took my understanding to another level. Now that I understand, and now that I know, now I see that they are seeking. Now I see that they are seeking male leadership. And although I find that to be problematic, they're going to do it anyway. Okay. They're going to do it anyway. So that's when I started saying stuff like, D. Darrell, maybe you should start doing certain things. Amiri, maybe you should start Amiri been married all these years. D. Darrell been married. Like, at least seek from people who have some level of experience and understanding, because where they was going, they was just being pimped and played. And I didn't want to see them get that played. You know what I mean? Like, at least receive some information. So that was what I started trying to do once I removed myself, because I saw that the women were desperately seeking male leadership for real. They really were.
It was even some of the ones you wouldn't even think based on their rhetoric was seeking.
Yeah,
they really are. My heart goes out to them for that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my heart goes out to them because they really are seeking it, y'all. Like, really. And all you can be is understanding towards them. You know what I mean? Because they really want a man to show them some love and respect.
Right. And unfortunately, like you said, they being led to the wrong people.
But you know what?
Over and over again.
But you know what? When I think of it, when I speak to like younger women between like 20 to 25, 27 years old, the main thing they talk about when they like struggling with relationships, they say they want men who can teach them something or show them this and show them that. You know, there's like they want men that they can learn from. And a lot of them feel that if they can't learn something from you, they don't feel you're of value to them unless you can show them things that they don't know, or teach them, or expose them to things that can better them. So there may be a situation where there's a lot of women that maybe they come to YouTube looking for that.
Now, D. Darrell, let me ask, maybe you and Womansfield can answer that question for me. Was that always the case in relationships, that women were seeking men that they could teach them something, or is this just a
from my experience, for younger women, yeah. I've seen that a lot with younger women, not necessarily women who are maybe in their late to early 30s on up. No, but because there's a percentage by just because of just the maturity factor. Women on average mature faster than men, and on average are probably about maybe a 1.5 to 2 year difference in maturity level. So women on average prefer to date or be with men who are older. Now, now I'm not saying this BS about dating somebody 15, 20 years like they do in this sector, where they think all these 40-year-old men think they can handle a 21-year-old woman. I'm not saying that, but on average, most women on average usually date or around men who are older than them. You know what I'm saying? But I see the huge difference around younger women who want someone who's more established, who kind of can give them some level of guidance, or at least expose and teach them things that they have, may have not. They're more impressionable at that age than because they're young adults that are inexperienced in life. So they're looking for someone that can kind of mold them in the right direction, per se. But there's a difference. To me, it's about the stages of where you are in life that makes a difference on what you're looking for. Because a 35 to 40-year-old woman looking for totally different things.
But you know what? You may be slightly wrong about that, because I think that some women have never been prioritized by a man. And
true. I do agree. Yeah, you know what? That is true.
Yeah, I think that's significant in a woman's life, whether she believes it or not.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if she ain't got no relationship with God, and she's never been prioritized by a man, she's like maybe seemingly somewhat like lost.
So
you know what I mean?
So would you base that on the stage of where a woman is at, or her maturity level? Like what would you base that on as a woman?
No, because I've seen some women that are, later years, like with some of my consultations, that have never been prioritized, and it has affected them greatly. Just like how men, they weren't raised with fathers, they're affected. You know what I mean? That male presence, that structure, you know what I mean? It's needed. It's needed as much as we would like to say is not needed. It is needed. So women, you know what I mean, that have never been prioritized, I think there's a hurt with that. You never got the opportunity to be vulnerable. And that's really the core basis of it. You know what I mean? To be vulnerable, to be just completely docile. You know what I mean? When you don't got no man prioritizing you, you're not awarded that. You know what I mean? You out here fighting with your head down. Because when you out here and you ain't prioritized by men, other men see that. When men come to date you and they see there's no man around, it's playtime. You know what I mean? So that prioritizing of a man in your life that's taking you serious and ain't playing about you, whether it's your daddy, whether it's your man, whether it's your brother, whether it's a friend, whatever it is important. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of women don't want to be honest about that, because I see it. I see the need for, women to be prioritized. You know what I mean? And I didn't see it, y'all, until like 2 or 3 years ago. And I was like, wow, women really need it. They need it.
So when you talk about women being prioritized, from your experience dealing with women, what do you think that consists of? Or is it varies from woman to woman?
It definitely would change that mindset of men are incapable of love.
Okay.
It definitely would change that. You know, especially for me, you know, being a woman of God now, you can't even tell me men are incapable of love because, come on, we're talking about Jesus Christ. But when you talk about women without fathers, women who have gone through abuse, women who have not received that prioritized state, they are consistently in a position of combat because women are vulnerable naturally and considered to be the weaker vessels. So when there is no protection around, you're going to see a woman, you know, conducting herself a little differently than what she would if there was protection around, you know, seemingly, you know what I mean? Because it ain't like men is out here just Power Rangers, you know, every day
Right.
in and day out for the women in their lives. It's just the presence of a man. Just the presence of a man will let other men that's coming in to court this woman or, you know, get to know this woman in any type of way know not to play. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? This
they're
woman,
gonna move, definitely
they're
move
gonna
differently.
move differently. You know what I mean? Men change things and they switch things up when men are in your life. I've seen it happen in my own life. You know what I mean? I grew up with my dad, and so I know for a fact that whenever he comes into a room, and my dad just had a hip replacement a couple of years ago. Whenever he come into a room, men shift the conversation. If I'm getting something done on my car or anything like that, you know what I mean? The conversation is shifted just based off of his presence. There's an entitlement there to men, and there is a privilege there. As much as we try to combat against it, it works in the society in a structure that has been built to add a layer around women. So I think women naturally feel, this is just my thoughts. I think women naturally feel alone. I think they feel alone. And I think they feel sad about it. And then when you get into these relationships consistently, and you're still not being prioritized, you know, it's just like a smack in the face. And I think women are tired of that. I think they are tired of not being prioritized. And then on top of that, men have a really bad habit of mistreating women they won't sleep with, or women who aren't in their families. They're not very nice, just out and about moving around. So I think women, you know, naturally being, you know, just softer beings, and they do exhibit love very differently than men do. Women are very, very, very pronounced when it comes to love. But it doesn't mean that men can't be pronounced either. I just think some women have not experienced that. Because I've seen some men not play about their wife, about their daughters, about their girlfriends. I've seen it. My brother don't play about me. My father don't play about me. I've seen it. I've had men not play about me.
Right.
And then I've had some that could care less about me. I've been on opposite sides, so I know what women are saying, and I get what Princella is saying about men being incapable of love. But and I think she's including the collective. But I think what really should be talked about is women's lack and need of being prioritized. They need to be prioritized. They need for men to set the standard on how they are treated. This is why when a woman is vulnerable and men don't care, she feel like say a woman start crying around a bunch of men and they just all standing there looking at her. It's probably going to make her cry more. I don't care if she's 33, 49, 68.
Right.
It's the fact that y'all didn't do nothing about it. And she's expecting that. So just like there are expectations for men on the behavior of women towards them, men got to start understanding there are expectations on the behavior of y'all towards them. It's still expectations for y'all not to be as aggressively charged. And this is what Princella was talking about towards women, because it hurts women. Even if they can do the fake unbother. I know y'all used to that. The way I don't care, nigga. But when they go home and internalize, it might be something completely different.
Right. Well, that's an interesting perspective.
Yeah, and you know, and I see that because again, if they really didn't care, you wouldn't have this movement against men like this. You really wouldn't have that like that.
They wouldn't really care. Just it'd be total apathy per se.
Right. Kevin Samuels wouldn't have hit that hard if they didn't.
He was hurting their feelings. He was hurting their feelings. That's what it is. I'm telling you, that's y'all be hurting feelings with just the truth, and it hurts. It's just that's why you can't put age on it. You can't be like, well, a little girl would think. No, grown women still being hurt too. They have been taught and conditioned to value your opinion since they were little girls. So when you coming in like you're ugly, you're fat, you're average at best, it hurts their feelings. But you're not going to get a little girl response, which is just going to be tears all the time. Some women are just that comfortable with their womanhood that they will cry. And then some women know that if you feed blood to a shark, they're going to what? Eat you alive. So they're not going to do that. They're going to go into the whole, you know what? And it's going to seem like they angry, but they not. They hurt.
Wow. You said a lot on that one. So it's almost like there's a form of, so you think the women came up there seeking some type of validation from Kevin?
They did. Yeah.
I
and they did it with the men of the manosphere too. Those women wanted y'all to like just love them, like just show them some respect. You know what I mean? Like that's why they was trying to get wrenched up. That's why they was trying to say, you know what I mean? I see it all the time in the women. You know what I mean? But the women, they ain't gonna say it. I think it'd be better for us to graduate in these conversations and just start speaking from more of a vulnerable place. I'm very comfortable with speaking from a vulnerable place because I don't expect nobody to validate me. You know what I mean? I just know what I feel and what I know. And I don't like being treated mean by men. I don't.
Right. And you shouldn't. Nobody should want to be treated that way.
So I think women would do better if we graduate from the, just the going at each other, men and women collectively going at each other. I think we got out what we needed to get out. I think what they was calling that the red pill rage and the pink pill rage.
The pink pill rage or whatever.
Yeah, I think we got our rage out for enough years. Now I think, respectfully, we should be speaking from a place of vulnerability of what you actually desire. Because one thing I know is that Black women desire a Black husband and Black men are desiring a Black wife. So if we don't start speaking from that place, it's all of that arguing is going to be counterproductive.
Right.
Yeah. It just
that's true. You dropping some gems on that because that's definitely the reality is that's the case. The majority of us in our community want to be with each other, not be with in other situations. So we need to focus on what would be the ideal typical thing, not the fringe stuff. Of like people who go into these countries and doing all this other stuff that's not really making up the true, percentage of people that want to be together. Black women, Black men, that's the norm almost, just like with any other group of people.
Yeah, I think Black women and Black men, they want to be with each other, and it's very prevalent. You see it whenever an issue arises for you to draw a line in the sand, you see what happens. You know what I mean? So you see what's on these people's minds. So I think that, just speaking from a vulnerable place, I mean, what's going to be the latter of it? You know what I mean? Somebody going to what? Call you weak, call you fake, call you what? Like, who cares? You come in this space, you getting talked about regardless. I don't care if you can't do nothing right around here.
That's true. That's definitely somebody going to critique something.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Hit up a live stream and talk about you, say you everything but the child of God.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what's the point? You might as
well
let
be ridiculed. You can't escape that.
No, you can't. The only thing you can do is let it be known what is your requirements and go from there. The people that will rock with you, they're gonna rock with you. People that don't, it's just not. Yeah.
Wow. Well, guys, I'm at the 4-hour mark. I didn't even realize I've been on that long, but I'm gonna go ahead and wrap this up. Any last words, Woman Sphere? You definitely brought a lot to the live stream. So, any last words? Appreciate your commentary.
Thank you so much. No, I appreciate you letting me up. I don't go to too many panels. They be looking to cuss me out. So thank you for letting me up. And y'all have a nice night or a good morning. It's morning time.
All right, Woman Sphere.
All right.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So this is Spade Park.
I just heard that you were wrapping it up. Sorry for coming late.
No, you good. You good. I didn't see you, but you can come up and give your take.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, brother? Speak. What's going on, D Rail? So, in regard, I saw the beginning, and I just kind of fast forwarded to the end.
Is this Commendable K?
Yeah.
I rebranded.
Oh, okay. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Go ahead.
So,
we'll give you a little time. Go ahead.
So, just kind of going off what I heard in the beginning, and that is, we have to stop making excuses for people putting out subpar, low quality work and information due to constraints and constructs. And here's my take is, if Priscilla is illiterate, hypothetically, and that's why her book is so written poorly, and she's had barriers while being educated, then that is more reason for her book and work to be peer reviewed to ensure that the general public can have quality. So when I was in my master's degree program, everything that I published, everything that I had to do as far as research, every exam, everything was peer reviewed to ensure quality. And the fact that her stuff is poorly written, grammatically incorrect, logically and psychologically incorrect, it's better if it were peer reviewed and she sought the assistance of a licensed professional to have a higher level of thought. And people who are making excuses and they're like, well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but this, but that, all they're doing is helping her continue to be low quality herself. And what I is, Priscilla, she basically is Kevin Samuels. So Princess
damn.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out. So
no, I'm just listening. Go ahead, brother.
So Princess Kevin Samuels, he passed away, unfortunately. And Princess Kevin Samuels has been reincarnated as Priscilla. Just like him and the Manosphere and other people that a lot of us go against, she uses fear and shock to do the same thing that Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere have done, which is manipulate others to follow her teachings like a religion. Now, I'm not knocking anybody who's religious or who has a belief system, but you got to understand that from looking at Priscilla's IG, her book, and even her YouTube channel, all the information she's putting out there, the only way you really can truly follow her is if you look at it like a religion and you believe it based off of faith. Because, Dita Rail, you poked holes in her book. People were like, well, her trauma and stuff is where she's coming from. She should be respected. People do the same thing with religion. You say, well, in the Bible, there's a lot of inconsistencies and there's a lot of hypocrisy, contradiction. Well, yeah, I hear what you're saying, but you got to believe because there is an invisible man in the sky. So with Priscilla, people are basically saying, yeah, she may be illiterate. She may be wrong. She may get all preachy when she disagrees with you to shut you up, but you should believe because religion, because of the faith of Priscilla. So if her book, the book was not peer reviewed, her channel's not peer reviewed, her incorrect stances, including her interpretation of psychological concepts like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which should be corrected. All of that is basically
all those things I got criticized for correcting.
Exactly. And see, you were peer reviewing her. And see, a lot of people who are in these spaces, different educational, economic, and academia levels, they may have never been peer reviewed or really understand how it's a good thing. So, Dita Rail, I respect you for peer reviewing her. If she's listening and she takes those things into consideration, when she puts out another book, it should be high level quality or something to be proud of, as opposed to something that sounds like it was written by someone in junior high school.
That's what I said. It was definitely 10 grade, 11 grade quality of work. That was not college level work that I read.
And it should be college level.
Yeah,
it should be. But unfortunately, she really has a focus on finger pointing, blaming others to the point where it's toxic and dangerous, and people are listening to it. And I've actually had, believe it or not, I've actually had conversations in real life with people, and they have quoted Priscilla as why they are right.
What?
I kid you not.
Nah, you this cap. Come on now. Are you serious?
I don't want to say any names, but let's just say D Darrell, you know him, okay? So you and Brother Speak know him. I'm not gonna say any names, but people have quoted her as to why their argument is correct. And there's nothing wrong with being a fan and supporting someone, but it becomes toxic and dangerous because you're talking to someone and they're using Priscilla's talking points, and you realize you're not talking to the person that you're talking to. You're really talking to Priscilla. We saw the same thing with Kevin Samuels. I've seen the same thing with BGS and other people, where I'm talking to them on the phone, or I'm talking to them through email, or maybe even online, and they're regurgitating talking points to the point where you are talking to Obsidian, you are talking to BGS, you're talking to Angry Man, you're talking to Priscilla, you're talking to Sinji. And all of that is toxic and dangerous, because the more people are listening to this illogical information and the more they're repeating it, it becomes somewhat like a hypnosis, where they're someone in like a trance listening, and it's programming their minds to actually believe it, even if it's subconscious. So some critiques I have of Priscilla, there's like 100 of them that I have. I'll be brief. I know, you know, I came late, but she becomes a Baptist preacher and yells when you question her historical tragedies, which they should be respected. But it just seems that things like men taking money from her, using her and abusing her, the finger pointing and blaming is put on men. She doesn't give the full picture. When you were giving this money to this man or these men, what was your part in it? What's the full story? Because unfortunately, we have to take what she says with a grain of salt, because she bastardized Maslow's hierarchy of needs, saying that all men are at the very bottom, when we know that's not true. Then she repeats statements for shock value, like men are incapable of love. But how can she be so certain when she hasn't met every man on earth, has all of her concepts that come from men, and believes men only want to procreate and have intercourse when men have demonstrated a deep affection for others, which is love, by passing laws and policy that protect women and children.
Right.
So Priscilla's talking points are like from 1950, just like the manosphere, including they're from the 1950s, and sometimes even the 1850s, because on her Instagram right now, she says that, and I quote, "The world sees the rise of women as a tragedy or a disaster, and she and her puppets are not striving against men." Okay, that's what she says. But what is she freeing women from then? Because if they're not striving against men, and there's only two genders, I'm sorry for those that believe it's like 50 of them, only two genders. So if she and her puppets are not striving against men, but she's wanting to free women, what is she freeing women from?
Right.
She makes it seem like the problems women have individually are because of a man, and if a woman was a man, she would be better, by Priscilla's logic. She also says men are incapable of love, but on her Instagram right now, as of October 28th, or October 29th, where I'm at, on her Instagram, she says Nikola Tesla, who's a man, held women in high regard. Sounds like love to me. And that Nikola was placing women on a pedestal for their unique qualities. So she contradicts herself on her own social media. But again, there's so many inconsistencies and hypocrisy, and even debunking one area to another when it comes to her own social media, that you just have to believe in the faith-based system of Princilla to follow it. Because if someone is objective, if someone believes in peer review, if someone is critical, if someone thinks for themselves, they'll hear her talk on her own YouTube channel and they'll say, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. How can you say that men are incapable of love and you're not focused on men, but your entire talking point, your entire content strategy, your whole book comes from men only? Then she says society's evolution has shifted that admiration to fear as women grow more similar to men. So laws that provide equality and equity to women, which is positive, has been misplaced as a negative by her, because the better a woman's life is, the more others will fear. So again, who are these others? It's got to be men if it's not women. I mean, children are not going to be afraid if their mother does better. And why would a husband, boyfriend, brother, father, male friends, why would they fear a woman having more power than she's had in 1950? Because when it boils down to it, Princilla just focused on fear and shock. And then just also going to her IG, says that male nature is that men are wired to compete, and any perceived threat to a man's superiority sparks fear, and a woman succeeding and claiming spaces traditionally held by men is a disaster. So she incorrectly assumes that the normality of distressing over losing a job, which people who have had jobs, including myself, we fear that. Before I started having my own business, I used to work at corporate America, and sometimes I'd fear losing my job. And whoever I lose my job to doesn't really matter, because if I am afraid of losing my job and my livelihood, that is a normal thing. But she's making the fear of losing a job or perception of danger, a possibility of losing livelihood, is abnormal. And that's the illogical thing that I was speaking of. Because when it boils down to it, and I agree with Women's Fear, what she said, that 80% of people on earth are sheep. Her IG, YouTube, book, and TikTok, because she was actually famous on TikTok before the YouTube stuff, they're all based off of 1950s thought process and ideas that are antiquated and no longer exist. Just like with, and I hope I'm not offending anybody, but just like with the church, people seek a faith-based system instead of therapy. Because when it comes to religion, they deem the study of knowledge as sin. Mm-hmm. And people will turn to a faith-based system instead of therapy. They'll, don't lean to your own understanding, lean to God, because it's easier to blame the devil or a man instead of trying to fix mental health issues and take accountability. And I agree with you, Dita Rail, she aired her dirty laundry in her book. Instead of washing and drying, she's put on those same sticky clothes and making it seem like she's clean now, flies and all. And when we have these conversations, nothing wrong with peer reviewing and critiquing, we have to understand that those who have credentials like Dita Rail, and Brother Speak, you have your own credentials in your own right, not necessarily licensed, but I know you're a smart guy. People who have the academic prowess and have achieved a higher state in life as far as mental fortitude, intelligence, academia, what have you, if we have that and we've obtained it, we should be seen as experts and should be respected. But people are more focused on, and I hope I'm not offending you, Dita Rail, people are so married to their team, like how people are married to the Dallas Cowboys. They're so married to their team, they're willing to lie to themselves to give their team a win, even if it's mentally. And that's the problem. Everybody is on Team Princilla. They want their team to win, that they're willing to ignore things to their own detriment. So I know, Dita Rail, you were closing down. Sorry I came late. I'm going to come earlier. YouTube sends notifications late. I really appreciate it.
All righty. Hey, man, appreciate your commentary, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. There ain't much I can add to that. I think.
Yeah, he did cover a lot. Because I mean, did you actually watch how I critiqued the book?
Yes, sir. So I watched everything until you opened the panel, and I
Okay.
skipped the end. Yeah. So
okay, well that actually gives more credence because I didn't know exactly like because there's a lot of people didn't like my critique of the book, but I'm only doing it based on having to do publishing quality worth the work. If you say you're an expert and you say nobody can debate you, you know you have to. The book has to reflect that, and I'm sorry that would not be acceptable work in a master's degree program.
I agree. And the reason why, in my opinion, that people disagree with your critique is because they don't want their team to lose. So I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. If you critique the 49ers, I might not say anything out loud because I'm older now, but I would be in my feelings. Same thing like a Dallas Cowboys fan. And that's what it is. You're critiquing their team, Dieterell. Their team, Priscilla, her queen maker philosophy is like their faith. They believe in it. So you critiquing it, they feel like you're attacking them personally because they've invested emotion, money, and energy into this thought process because it just like, with going to church, like religion, it motivates them and helps them get through their day and get through their work week, which is understandable. So you tearing that down, they feel like you're taking something away from them, kind of like with a child who has a bear. You take that bear away from the child throws a fit and wants to cry. And you're explaining, I'm taking the bear away because this bear is dirty, it's torn up, and it needs to be replaced or at least fixed. And they're like, no, don't take my bear away. I like my bear the way it is. And so you took their bear away, Dieterell, and they're throwing a fit, they're crying. But all you're doing is taking the bear and sewing it up and making it better. If you do these things, like you fix the grammatical errors in this book, you make it logical, you use the entire psychological concept instead of bastardizing it, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the bear will be better. But they don't want to lose the bear because they love the bear as it is, because a lot of times with children, they become selfish. Now, you know me, Dieterell, I believe in selfishness. I say selfishness is good, but selfishness is good when you're doing it for a positive outcome, whereas they are holding on to the bear in a selfish, negative way because it's just like a shiny toy. It's just like the belief in Santa Claus, the Easter Bunny. Sometimes we want to be a part of something bigger than ourselves to feel important. And it's unfortunate that people would choose to do that instead of seeking therapy and doing stuff like self-educate, self-teach, and become individually better. So because we as people, not everybody, but because a lot of us, especially Priscilla supporters, want to be a part of something greater than themselves, they don't want you to take that bear away, Dieterell. And that's why they were coming at you. That's why they were cutting you off, being rude, acting a donkey in the comment section, is because they believe that they're a part of something better than themselves, greater than themselves, and they don't want you to take it away, even if you're going to make it better.
Wow. You said a mouthful on that one. But my position is I treat literary works just like I don't care who writes it. If I was able to critique Babatunde for that horrible book called Negro Wars, I can do it for huh?
No, I was laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Negro Wars was a poorly written book. Obsidian book had a lot of deficiencies. I critique Umar Johnson for lack of cited resource references. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna, I'm gonna treat it as such. If you're selling something and people are buying it, then you invite yourself to scrutiny
and peer review. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's basically it. So, brother, speak. Any last words, man? I'm gonna wrap this baby up.
No, I think that's pretty much it. Y'all said all I can say. I mean, it is people going to do what they're going to do. So they're gonna follow it to the wheels fall off, just like they did with Kevin, just like they did with Cynthia G, just like they do with the Manosphere. They're gonna follow it to the wheels fall off.
Right. And I'm gonna say this. That's something that reviewing the works of these YouTubers is something that I'm going to invest a little bit more time in. I'm gonna start buying these products and reviewing them because we need some. I think nobody is really assessing these books and these materials objectively. I don't see anybody doing that. But I think since people are selling and they're spending all this money on stuff, this was basically, I mean, I'm lucky a subscriber bought these books. One was like $45. I think the book that I read that I critiqued today, 5 Components of Love, was actually about $26, $27. So it wasn't expensive, but she's making money. So if you're making money, you open yourself to criticism.
Right. And I think people do need to actually read, because a lot of times when they do critique a person that reading the book, they're not reading the book and doing the critique. It's bits and pieces that they probably heard. And when you question the person that's reviewing it, you could tell, no, you really didn't read this book. You're just hearing what you want. You just hear from different spaces. And so, yeah, I think that's a good thing that you're doing. You know, we do need people who need to do that. Actually sit down, read it, and not have this bias either for or against. You actually reading the book, just a critique.
And I'm only following her request. How are you going to debate with me about my book if you didn't read it? How are you going to tell me about love if you didn't read my book?
Right.
Okay, I read the book. And the book did not actually, even though she mentioned the components, which was dealing with understanding, compassion, communication, sacrifice, self-love, she never talked about or gave any reverence to how to show love and how to accept love. Everything that she talked about permeated from trauma. And love does not have to permeate or come from trauma. Most people don't experience love. That's not a healthy way. Trauma is not a good thing.
No.
No human being should have to go through any type of emotional, psychological trauma. It leaves lifetime of scars and issues that you're going to bring into any relationship you're involved in with anybody. And, you know, that's not a positive for someone to experience. You know, you can experience love without drama, stress, you know, life-threatening situations. You know, it should happen naturally just on the mere fact that people care about you and want the best for you. It shouldn't have to be where you have to go through abuse, get kicked out of a house, you struggling on the street. She was living out of a car. I forgot to bring that up. You know, and Brother Speak, she was in Houston when she went through this.
Wow.
Yeah. And she was too prideful. She was too prideful to go to
the shelter.
The shelters downtown. Now she did show some resilience. She was able to find a job and she worked her way up. But with that being said, a person claiming to be an expert and you're not qualified to speak on things, and also she actually lectured at Prairie View A&M 2 days ago.
Really?
Yes.
Oh boy.
Now she was not she was like the warm-up speaker for this guy actually from Houston named Carson something. and they actually talked about psychology 101, and either of them have a psychology degree.
Wait. They talking about psychiatry, but they don't have a psychiatry degree.
Yeah, psychology. They
Psychology.
On the thumbnail it had Psychology 101. The book was more of a self-help book, Psychology 101. The brother has a degree in labor studies, and she has I don't think she have a. I don't know. They claim she have a degree in biology or microbiology or what have you, which I don't think she does. That was not college educated quality of writing. I'm not convinced that she has a degree. I think that she may be in school now. They say that she's presently attending LSU of Shreveport, which is great for her. But that's different between someone like myself who's had a master's degree since I was 25. You know, you late to the game with trying to be, with this intellectual masturbation that you're trying to exhibit. Like, I've been doing this for years, man.
A lot of her story has a lot of inconsistencies because I heard her say that she was an Army officer. So
yes,
I was an Army officer. So I was an Army officer, and to become an officer, you have to have a college degree.
Right.
Oh, you do?
You do. Yeah.
I thought it was. I'm gonna be just correct me, but I was under the condition that it took longer to become an officer if you didn't. I thought like once you had that degree, you automatically get that status. I thought if you didn't, you had to work a little longer to get it.
There's 4 ways to become an Army officer. So there's ROTC, which you get while you're in school, and then when you graduate, you become an officer, or you commission rather. Second way is a direct commission, like if you're a doctor, lawyer, or you're a psychologist or psychiatrist, you can go through like a 4-week program at Fort Benning to get a direct commission. Then there's the way I came in, which is Officer Candidate School at Fort Benning, whereas you go through a course in infantry, and then you become an officer after you complete the course, and you commission. And then the 4th and last way is going to a military academy. With the Army, it's West Point. So no matter what path you choose, you have to have a degree. So that's why a lot of her story.
So she lied about her credential as an officer.
I haven't really heard her story on that, but a lot of things that she has said doesn't make sense as far as the military, such as she believes that all men should put in 3 years of enlisted service in one of the branches to get quote unquote structure. Whereas myself, I was enlisted, then I crossed over and became an officer. And I'm here to tell you that you don't get structure in the military like people think. You get your structure in life from school, junior high school, high school. So if somebody needs structure after that, they're not going to get it because they're going to be an adult and they're set in their ways. So I'm not going to say that she has stolen valor. I don't know, but I'm going to say that if she does not have a degree and she's claiming to be she was an Army officer, when do you have time to be an Army officer with no degree and you're homeless and you're giving away $50,000? When do you have time in your life to do all this? Because most of the time people commission, they're in their early 20s. So when does she commission? When does she become homeless? There's a lot. To me, there needs to be a timeline laid out because it just seems, I'm going to say, phony. And again, I'm not stating she's doing stolen valor. I'm not diminishing her military service or saying that she was not a military officer. It's just that there's 4 ways to get in. And it's always been like that, unless she had a battlefield promotion where she deployed somewhere in a combat situation and she was given a battlefield commission, which I doubt because of her gender. because women have just now been allowed in combat positions and situations starting like the early 2000s. Well, no, the mid two. I'm going to say late. I'm going to say by 2020, maybe 2010. I'm going to say about 2010 they started opening up combat arms and combat support for women to be in those positions. So it's almost impossible for her to have gotten a battlefield promotion. And, you know, BMT, Business Minded Talk, he knows the same thing as far as infantry has just recently allowed women to be in there. So I'm going to say that I'm going to give her the side eye until she can explain a timeline, because if she was homeless, she's giving away all this money, she's working on getting a undergrad degree now. It just, a lot of stuff doesn't add up. And the fact that her book that you reviewed, D. Durrell, is like a coloring book at best for children. Okay. If she was an Army officer, she would have not written that, because when you go through your officership courses, they teach you how to write like an Army officer. And to write like an Army officer, you have to have already have had undergraduate level education. It's almost impossible to write that coloring book for children that she put out and actually be a military commissioned officer anytime in her life. And I challenge anybody to come up and say, no, you could become an officer.
Hey man, I can't speak on it, but hey, you speak in truth. Some other people did say some things about her military experience, but I chose not to make any comments because that's not my lane. But I let the people with military experience.
Well, if you say it,
that, but there were a few people that did critique it. They said some things similar to what you were saying, but I kind of was just, you know, but I get your sentiments.
Yeah, if you say any of things that people have said, I'll give my thoughts. But if you don't want to, I understand.
Right. Okay, Chaos Rain, you coming up, man? I'm about to go to bed in a little bit. You got anything you want to say, Chaos?
Well, you know, was that her whole book that you read?
That was the whole book.
48 Shades?
No. I read 5 Components of Love.
Oh wow! How many pages that book had? Like under 100 pages, or something?
No, it was 200 pages.
Well, as you know, D. Durrell, the whole premise with any form of media is to sell something. As you know, she's doing what she's doing because she's selling a product. That's why you don't see her go in detail of the product per se, because she's trying to convince you, the consumer, to spend the money, buy the product. Kamara, she was in sales, and from what she said, she sell cars, very successful. So she knows how to sell pretty well. You know, when people try to ask her critique some of her material, that's where the pushback happens, because she's trying to sell you a dream, a pipe dream. The whole premise is you gotta spend money. If you're not spending money, she want nothing to do with you. And women are now the consumer base. So most women, if you notice, that's defending her work. And I'll be honest with you, the old man had one particular person that was a follower of her. He asked her, "Have you read the book?" She said no. I'm not sure she purchased the book, but she said that the book is this, but she never really looked into the book. So, like many, he kicked her out because it shows you're following somebody, but you're not really understand reading their material, their work. And a person that's following anybody and they have literature, it would be nice to go for literature and see if they really say what they say they do, or does it stick out. And obviously, from reading that, I could conclude that you did not spend no money on a good editor, or you didn't spend no money at all to have somebody edit your work. It's like you just speaking out the dome, you just write and type it, and it's printed as paper as is. Seemed like it's self-published. I could be wrong. Am I right?
Yeah, it was self-published. That was one of my
other. That's the problem. Anything that's self-published, that means they did not nobody go for a human review.
It's not quality.
It's not quality, yeah. Most of the time.
And to be honest with you, I did my research on publishing, Average publishing can take, because there are lots of different places that can publish your work. It costs $2,000 to $4,000.
Okay.
Some can cost as much as 10, but I don't consider that a lot of money to publish a book that you're trying to make money off. On you, as far as, I don't believe in the Amazon publishing. If I'm writing a book, I'm going to, and I know it can take some time, but I'm going to seek a publisher. I'm gonna shop it around first before I go to even if I do get it self-published, I'm still gonna try to get it published through some type of publishing house. Doesn't matter how reputable or non-reputable that it is, but I think that gives it more value by being published by an organization or a business or a publishing house. That's just me. That's just my opinion.
But you have to keep in mind, even Dr. Omar, he self-published one book,
and I criticized him for that too.
Oh wow, it was that bad? The book?
The book wasn't written that bad. Now there was some things that, and I may have to. Man, I'm going to start doing this. I actually enjoyed the process of reading the book and taking notes and things. But Umar's book didn't have references.
Yeah, I noticed that. I don't think the first book, I don't know if you had the first book that came out now 10 years ago. I still have that.
I have both books.
I don't think that has reference. The first one, and even the second one, I doubt has reference as well.
Yeah, and a person with a PhD in psychology knows better. That's a research degree.
Bro, you're right.
Yeah,
but it tells you a lot of people, once they get to a certain echelon or level of education, you think you want the work to be a little bit more of some quality. Now, mind you, if you're not a good writer, like most of us, we write pretty fair or whatever, and we're trying to put out for the public, rather PDF or actual physical form, it would be wise to invest into what they call a person to read over your material, to I forgot what they call it again. What do they call it again? An editor? I don't know if it's editor. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, it would be wise to spend the money. Now, what I'm hearing, usually the price on some editors, depending on how long the material is, it'll cost you some good change here and there, but it's worth it, especially you writing something that's 200 pages or more,
Yeah, definitely.
You always want to have somebody look over your material. Anyway, remember the story you told me one time, Dieter, even the times when you were in school and stuff, you had somebody look over your work. It's always good to have somebody with a second eyes look over your material, or you pay someone that's professional, no excuse,
Yeah,
no excuse. You shouldn't have no material like that. That's yeah, especially if you're trying to pose that you're highly educated, and we all know you're not like that. You're not. No, and mind you, I don't use the word educated loosely, but your school background and how you carry yourself.
And education is not just relegated to having a degree, which is formal education, but also I'm looking at body of work as opposed to you working in that industry, providing services in that industry. It got to be more than just I'm on YouTube or I'm on a social media platform and that makes me an expert. It has to be more than that. But
more than that, yeah. You're right.
That's just the lens that I'm looking at things. So let's see. I think that'll be about it. Anybody else has any last words?
Man. Shut us down. Shut down, man.
So I'm going to be doing. I'm going to say. I'm going to start on the 40. I think it's 41 Shades of Men or something.
Yeah, Shade of Men. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to read that, and I'm going to bring the same amount of intensity towards how the book was written. And I'm just going to give an honest opinion. If the book wasn't worth it, I'll say it's not. If the book is quality, I'll say it's quality. So, with that being said, guys, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day. It's Bench 226. Appreciate you all for coming on board. Y'all have a great day. Peace.
All right, peace.
Peace.